Just don't have.
And we may line up that.
Yeah, I mean, it's like, I mean,
Could be exciting meeting. That's people here. Giant pack.
sorry.
It's now 6:30. We're going to call the meeting to order. The first agenda item is topics from the floor. Those will be limited to 5 minutes, and those are topics that are not on the agenda. We have a very full agenda tonight, so we're going to hold strict to 5 minutes per topic. And if anybody would like to come forward, please come forward and state your name. Again, not on the agenda tonight. Anybody online? Right, that was easy then. Planning Commission minutes dated October 14th, 2025. Does anybody have any corrections? Have a motion?
I move.
You have 2 minutes to spread. Well, second.
Right. And David, it's been moved and seconded. How do you vote, Commissioner Kingsbury?
Aye.
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 Aye. Aye.
Right. Easy to. Oops. So it is now 6:30 p.m. The public hearing is now open. This is a quasi judicial land use hearing. The subject of this hearing is a request for annexation. Subject property is identified on the county assessor's map as Lot Sykes Road, Morton Lane on map 4N1W-6D-3100. The applicant and owner is Susan Lutzman. Because quasi judicial proceedings require the observance of certain procedural formalities, we will take a few moments to cover some preliminary matters and required statements. Does any member of the commission wish to declare a or actual conflict of interest or bias in this matter? Does any member of the commission wish to declare any ex parte communication or site visits? Does anyone from the audience object to the ability of a commissioner to make a fair decision? Seeing none. Generally, the order of proceedings will be as follows: required statements, staff report, applicant's presentation, those in favor of the application, neutral testimony, those opposed, rebuttal by applicant, final questions, close of the record, deliberations, and decision. Following statements are required to be made at the commencement of the hearing pursuant to City Code and ORS 197.7975. The following is a list of applicable substantive criteria for this decision. St. Helens Municipal Code 17.08.040, 17.028, 030, and 17.112.030. All testimony, arguments, evidence must be directed towards the applicable substantive criteria as described or other criteria in the comprehensive plan or land use regulation, which the person believes applies to the decision. Failure to raise an issue, including constitutional or other issues relating to the proposed condition of approval in this hearing in person or in writing, or failure to raise an issue accompanied by statements or evidence sufficient to afford the approving authority an opportunity to respond to the issue, precludes appeal to LUBA, the Land Use Board of Appeals, on that issue, and precludes an action for damages in circuit court. Right. That's the end of the preliminary matters and
Chair Shoemaker.
staff report.
So this first hearing tonight is an annexation. This annexation is on the on the west side of town, close to, but not adjacent to the urban growth boundary. It abuts Sykes Road on the south side, and it abuts the northern terminus of Morton Lane on the south side of the property. It abuts the south side of Sykes Road on the north side of the property. It is a little over 6.5 acres. And a lot of the times these annexations are for the purpose of connecting to a utility. In this case, the owner applicant believes there's more value in the city. They are here in Zoom world. If I misrepresent their intents, they can speak, have that opportunity. It is an undeveloped property. There are some wetlands, riparian areas that matter to the city in there. And then there's also that pesky 100-foot wide BPA easement that causes subdivision challenges for many properties. It will never go away. Sykes Road is a logical place for access. For a lot of the site, that wetland, there's a significant ravine there, which would probably be impractical to cross. And so some access from the south via Morton Lane is very, very probable. It is mostly rectangular. It abuts city limits on 4 sides. If we can go to the zoning map, it should be the next one. So on this map, if it is yellow, it's all the same zoning. It's in city limits, and you can see on all 4 sides there is city limits. There's a lot of exciting stuff for annexations, and it's so exciting. I'm going to skip a lot of it. One of the things we have to talk about are which zone we select. Sometimes in annexations, we have a comprehensive plan designation that has just one zoning to choose from. Commercial is a good example. When we get into this comprehensive plan designation that we're dealing with now, if we go to the next one, we can look at that. The rural, suburban, unincorporated residential, RSUR, that gives us 2 options and then 2 other options under certain conditions. I'm bringing this up now. It's just as I go through the staff report in order. When we deal with annexations, we have to deal with a variety of things, including whether or not the increased intensity of the zoning could result in traffic impacts. If it does, we're supposed to address it. In this case, we're recommending R7. But if you're inclined to think of the higher density, that's something we would want to talk about. As far as water, it's within the McNulty Water District. We have water about 500 feet to the west and Sykes Road on the north side. And then McNulty has a water line on the south side of the site. Water capacity is good. The city sanitary sewer is available along Sykes. Believe it or not, there's sewer way out here in this side of town. We do, if you've been paying attention for the last couple of years, have some sewer capacity issues, but that's there regardless of whether the annexation occurs or not. So it's kind of a neutral issue. In order to annex, we have to confirm that the property is adjacent to city limits, and it very much is on 4 sides. There's a lot of the statewide planning goals we have to worry about. And that's all pretty straightforward. We get into that and concerns, but we always have to address fair housing. These findings about our housing needs that we adopted a few years back. Housing needs analysis, if that's a new term for you, was a study to determine housing need in a 20-year period. We have a new one coming up, and we're gonna have to start working on it, at least the grant and stuff, and probably this summer. But right now, our housing needs analysis says that we are okay as far as capacity. So we're not inclined by that study to consider the R5 or AR zoning over the R10 or R7. So as far as zoning options, you know, you have R7, it's a C of R7. So it's a pretty easy recommendation from staff to stick with that. We did receive, so in these public hearings, people can submit testimony before the hearing or at the hearing. And sometimes we get stuff early enough, we can include them in the staff report. But oftentimes, we get something later on. And all three of the hearings tonight, we do have some stuff that came in after the report was completed. The one letter in this case we received was from Jared and Jennifer Motherway. In their message to me, they said they wouldn't be able to make this meeting, but they will be at the council meeting. And speaking of the council, this is a recommendation to council. This is not a final decision for you. So really, it's whether or not you want to recommend approval of the annexation, whether or not you agree with the R7 zoning. And then the other stuff, the comprehensive plan designation, is by default. So there's no real choice there. Another thing I want to point out before I conclude the staff report is just the aerial photo. And I didn't spend a lot of time outlining it, but I did kind of identify generally where the Bonneville Power easement is at, that ravine. In fact, if you look closely, it'd be kind of hard on the screen there. But if you look to the bottom quarter of the subject property on the right side, the east side, Crystal, you can see a row of housing on the upper right-hand corner, and then some lots there around Noble Court. And you have this swath of land in between. That's a dedicated reservation tract because of that pesky ravine. So there's not necessarily a whole lot of developable area on the south side because of that ravine, but there's some. And that would conclude the staff report.
Please remember that we can ask questions at this time, but cannot deliberate until after the public hearing is closed. That said, does the commission have any questions for staff?
Out of all four sides, is it R7?
Yes. Yeah. So when I said it's in a C of R7, all four sides.
It's confirming.
Yeah.
Can you remind me what the relevant distinction between R7 and R10 would be here?
Sure. The most significant one is size and dimension.
Got it.
You can get a little bit smaller size, a little bit smaller dimension with R7. So 7,000 square feet versus 10.
So it's fundamentally a density issue, but not a huge density difference.
Not a huge difference. Yeah.
Thank you.
Anybody else have any questions?
Yeah, just so that we're clear on the ravine, that's all designated wetland, the entire ravine area.
Yeah, it's wetland and then it's riparian corridor.
All right, does the applicant have a presentation?
Oh,
Click on this and say yes.
hi, Planning Commission. Hi. Can you hear me?
Can you speak up a bit or?
Can you hear me now?
Oh.
It's better?
I understood people. You speak on? Yeah, we can hear it a little bit. I think we're troubleshooting.
Okay.
There we go.
Okay,
That's great. Thank you.
now we can hear you nicely.
Okay, great. So my name is Susan Stutzman, and I reside in Olympia, Washington, and I'm the applicant who filed the annexation application. My sister, who lives in Amsterdam, Netherlands, and I inherited this land in 2021 from our mother, Mary Human Adams. who grew up in St. Helens, and I am speaking for my sister and myself. We are in support of annexing this property from Columbia County to the city of St. Helens. These 6.57 acres have been in County R10, the Vacant Forest Deferral Program. We suggest it be zoned City R7 like the surrounding property. At this present time, the property is in an island in Columbia County with city property on all four sides. The city would benefit in terms of future development if this property were not county property in the middle of city property. It is important to be in unison with the city and compatible surrounding property. This would allow us flexibility for what we could do with the property that would be complementary to city planning standards. At this point, we are only exploring options for potential. Thank you for your consideration for our request.
Thank you. Right. At this time, we're requesting testimony in support of the application. If you're in favor of the application, please come forward and state your name.
Sit down.
Yes. You wouldn't mind.
Okay. My name's Jeff Heller. And Mrs. Susie Stetson's my cousin. We are the owners. Well, it was my father and my mother, Donna Joyce Heller, have the property to the north or to the west that's already in the city. And something in the past, our grandfather was mayor of St. Helens, and he was the one who really designed the city with the St. Helens Street. And so he always looked to the future of this city. You really need to look at annexing this property because as far as development goes, I mean, it's a no-brainer because, I mean, you need to bring it inside the city. I mean, just for development standards. And we've got all the utilities there that we need. And it's just, I just think it would be a very helpful for you guys to annex this in because it would make things very simple as far as if there's ever any future development, you could work both properties together. So do you have any questions for me?
Thank you for your testimony.
You bet.
Anyone else in support of the application? Anybody neutral testimony, those who are not in favor nor against the proposal, like we heard. Testimony in opposition of the application. If you're opposed to the application, this is where your opportunity to speak. Assuming nobody online.
I think.
Okay, you're unmuted.
Trying to call in now.
Say,
He had texted me about.
Doug Morton trying to call in. Making any attempts to call in?
Oh, we have somebody who'd like to provide testimony.
okay, you're unmuted. You can talk now. Grandma, talk. please, on
Hello?
my phone.
Oh, could you please state your name for the record?
Yes. My name is Nancy Cotkins. And I submitted my concerns through email.
She objected.
And I objected to the destruction of the green space behind my home.
You object to the proposal.
And because of the risks of those trees being removed, and I have 6 Douglas firs in my backyard, and they're only standing because they're protected from by the green space for the winds that come through.
Nancy,
And
I'm sorry to interrupt, Nancy.
yes,
We have 3 hearings tonight.
Yep.
And you provided testimony on the hearing that's gonna follow.
Oh,
the one we're
wrong one,
currently,
okay.
is this the wrong hearing?
Yeah,
I'm
this is an
sorry.
annexation. This is not the seal
Oh,
side.
I am so sorry. I apologize.
No problem. No,
That's okay. You're keeping us on our toes.
Thank you.
Will you mute her again?
all right, thank you. This is where we would allow rebuttal by the applicant, but I have no opposition. Does the, oh,
Yeah, we have
I
the,
forgot, you're right, thank you for that reminder.
yeah, we do have
The
the,
applicant like to, have this opportunity for the rebuttal. You seen the letter? Was she provided the letter?
yeah,
Yes, I just received the letter right before this meeting.
Like opportunity for a rebuttal regarding the letter.
I would just like to add that we'd really like to have police protection and the sewer and water that the city offers. And again, we don't have any plans right now. We're just exploring options. That's all.
Thank you. Does the commission have any final questions? Anybody? Okay. Hearing no further questions from the commission and no further responses from staff, the public record is closed and this matter is returned to the table for deliberations and oral decision.
Because my hot take would be got an island of unincorporated land in the middle of city property, which is always but makes it difficult logistically to do things. And to me, that usually sort of inclines me towards annexation. And particularly given that the various concerns that we have to run through here, scrolling through to confirm are met, I'd be inclined to annex. I'm persuadable on which between R10 and R7. Seems to me like that's the most coherent way to do something with that plot of land.
R7 because in a sea of R7.
Yes, yeah, that would be my inclination. I'm just willing to hear alternatives. if people
There
feel.
are on the lower end of the map, there's some platted lots there that seem to be smaller than 7,000 square feet. So there is that too.
I think R7 makes sense since we're surrounded by R7.
I can feel for the people who are out, ruralness and all that, but it is in the just R7 all around it, so.
And it's within the urban growth boundary, so it's anticipatable.
I would note that the testimony is outside of the urban growth boundary.
Gotcha.
I can point out where it's at.
Say that again?
It's not within.
Yeah, the written testimony that.
Oh, okay.
Got it. If we go to the aerial photo, I'll have to make a new exhibit for the council. So we have the urban growth boundary here.
Can you tip that a little towards us so we could? Thank you.
So down here, the property is here.
Okay. So the testimonial concern is not about the property immediately abutting theirs. It's this property over on the edge.
That property actually abuts the west side of the Heller property that was referenced. And the subject property is on the east side.
Yeah. Well, I was already on board with annexation, so now I'm even more on board with annexation.
So just to clarify, there's a strip of land between what we're annexing and these people's properties, is that what you say?
That's correct. Yeah.
Yeah, they're,
The second one.
they'd be kind of
Yeah,
out there.
They have, there's a driveway that goes along the south side. From Morton Lane along the south side of that Heller property. So maybe a little bit of the driveway is in the urban growth boundary, but the property and home are outside.
and that what's being annexed, that portion of, it has a ravine. There's only a little bit of developable land on that.
Yes, there's less practical developable land on the south side.
You know, the square footage of that, or
I hadn't calculated it.
Yeah. I would move to annex as an R7.
Yeah, it seems like the concerns raised in the objection letter have already kind of been passed on because we've already got the other ones that are inside the city limits and R7. It doesn't seem like this would add that much more to it.
especially with that lots, you know, on the south side there, there'd just be one lot.
Yeah.
It's not that much bigger than, not that it's a budding, that it's already platted.
And they've got the ravine sort of insulating them
Yeah.
regardless.
That could be one, two properties there anyway, at most.
And all we're really hearing is this is the annexation, not the the plat.
Well, then I will move to recommend annexation with an R7 designation.
Second?
Does anybody else have?
I'll second, I agree with that.
So it's been moved and seconded. We're still voting since it's just a recommendation to city council, you said?
That's correct. Still vote.
All right. We're on this side, Commissioner Kingsbury.
Aye.
Aye. Cisco.
Aye.
Aye.
So on this script, the reason I'm taking a minute is because on this script, it's telling me that the city planner will bring back the written finding. You're right.
Oh, yeah, I didn't have a chance to prove the.
And so if this is the final written decision, is that still appropriate to read this statement? The final written decision is,
Yeah.
and commission may be appealed to the city council, although it's a recommendation.
The recommendation. Yeah, that was just, it's a script error.
All right. Nothing I'm missing on that then. Right. We can wait for 2 minutes.
We should. Just because. Due process is a real bummer thing to mess up. So.
All right.
Just want to sit down.
Grab a cookie.
Somebody still recognizes.
It's always pleasing to hear. Love that. Coffee.
Sort of finish your do this.
Yeah, thanks.
This one.
Additional.
List them on the,
There's a graphic. I wish I had time. Yes, the slide again.
So I got the email about the invoice for.
Oh, gotcha.
This one.
Yeah.
It's finished.
And pay them something?
We will see if the person is okay with that. There's a recommendation, it's not issue.
Okay. Know that.
Oh, hi. Good.
Okay. Ask me about having, it's a call.
Yeah, I
Think it looks that good.
yeah, I don't know if we can do that.
He's representing, well, it's from when he, applicant's presentation slides. All night. That's when he presents, not for staff. Okay.
You just want me to. Shot right here.
Please don't. Pitching emails. No.
Yeah, I know, Susan. Are you in there talking about since he's related to human?
I think.
I didn't know why. He's. I just assumed that.
For nothing. Successful.
Would you have a chance to read the?
We get another one?
Yes. Yeah.
Several pages,
Combination of
several.
concerns and
Specials. They're gonna block it off down here. To be able to deal with what this. There it is. This is 50. Now what's going to do is. Not just that still. They didn't have that strap. No, remember after the one. We'll let them. On that. That's the start of something. That's pretty. Roads, everyone about here. They don't. All the way over. It's that line. Goes by and they lock it up. More, yep, mostly. But you're gonna. You know.
It's taken a minute to finish up the latest written testimony we received.
Get my head lifted.
I was definitely was over there.
Yeah, I can't hear her. Oh, she is.
I'm gonna get started with these statements while we finish up here. It is now 7:06. Public hearing is now open. This is a quasi judicial land use hearing. The subject of this hearing is a request for request for annexation. The Davis script. Subject of this hearing is a request for a plan development preliminary plat. Subject of the property is identified on the county assessor's map as Seal Road on map 4N1W-5CB-10200, 4N1W-5CA-440, 4N1W-5BD-9200. The applicant, Chad Davis Construction, and the owner is Brian DeLashmutt Trust. Because quasi judicial proceedings require the observance of certain procedural formalities, we will take a few moments to cover some preliminary matters and required statements. Does any member of the commission wish to declare a potential or actual conflict of interest or bias in this matter? Seeing none. Does any member of the commission wish to declare any ex parte communication or site visits? Seeing none. Does anyone from the audience object to the ability of a commissioner to make a fair decision? Seeing none. Yes. Sorry. You good? Generally, the order of proceedings will be as follows: required statements, staff report, applicant's presentation, those in favor of the application, neutral testimony, those opposed, rebuttal by applicant, final questions, close of the record, deliberations, and decision. Following statements are required to be made at the commencement of the hearing pursuant to City Code and ORS 197.7975. The following is a list of applicable substantive criteria for this decision. Subdivision preliminary plat, St. Helens Municipal Code 17.136.060. Plan development, St. Helens Municipal Code 17.148.060 through 17.148.080. All testimony, arguments, and evidence must be directed toward the applicable substantive criteria as described or other criteria in the comprehensive plan or land use regulation, which the person believes applies to the decision. Failure to raise an issue, including constitutional or other issues relating to the proposed condition of approval in this hearing in person or in writing, or failure to raise an issue accompanied by statements or evidence sufficient to afford the approving authority an opportunity to respond to, precludes appeal to LUBA, the Land Use Board of Appeals, on that issue, and precludes an action for damages in circuit. Staff report.
Yes. Nothing like a subdivision to. This is a 28 lot plan development subdivision. It's the preliminary plat. the subdivision. It's a largely vacant property, heavily forested with some wetlands. Undeveloped, except there is a shed. You can see it there in the lower left-hand corner. That'll be a subject of discussion here. Let's talk about some of our agency comments. We got some comments from the River Fire and Rescue. And I had a follow-up discussion, which I summarize in the report. And so one of the questions, we're going to talk about fire access and stuff. And one of the questions was if the developer wanted to use Seal Road for emergency access, would that work? No. So this subdivision is proposed to have a standard accessible streets from the west, Haw Lane and Truman. But you have that Seal Lane that continues out to North Vernonia Road, or Seal Road, excuse me. Seal Road is a single lane road right now. It's within a swath of land that's only 23, 24 feet wide. So it's impossible for that to be a public street that's suitable for more than a handful of homes. In fact, currently, it exceeds what we normally allow with a single lane driveway, which would be 2 dwellings. And the fire code says when you have a certain amount of lots accessed with only one way, that can be acceptable if the homes are sprinkled. So one of the things that we talk about in here is, all right, well, there's not a whole lot of options because of the development patterns around it, but a Seal Lane is there, and the minimum for a fire apparatus is 20 feet, all weather surface 20 feet. And so that is potentially achievable if the applicant so chose. So we'll be talking about sprinklers and stuff like that. We also talk about fire turnaround standards. And one thing that came up there is Street B, and that is the north-south orientated street on east side. When we have streets that exceed 150 feet, not only do we want to consider a turnaround, but we have to consider a fire apparatus possible turnaround. And they were proposing, well, maybe they were, a narrower standard. Because like I said, the minimum improvement is 20 feet. But they're going to show you that they are proposing to 20 feet. That was some of the stuff that was submitted. They'll have a presentation that shows that. And that's okay as long as we have no parking designations. You know, one classic thing I've seen time after time of fire turnarounds approved in the past is there's a lack of signage. People just used it for street parking. Which makes a challenge for use in an emergency situation. Another thing that we learned is our maps were a little inaccurate based on comments we received from the county. The bottom portion of this property is that Seal Road property, that 23, 24 foot wide property. And the portion abutting this is not within city limits. It can be. Just like the property on the south side of lot 25, which we'll talk a little bit in a first. So with the agency comments out of the way, and engineering provided a lot of comments that kind of built the report. So Land development, preliminary plat subdivision. What in the heck am I talking about? Well, we know a subdivision is taking a property up and slicing and dicing it to create lots. The plan development is a tool to allow flexibility in design. And when you have a situation like this with wetlands that you have to work around, that can really help a development get a number of lots that makes it pencil. If it's not going to pencil, it's not going to happen. In order to use the flexibility of the plan development, we have to have a plan development overlay that's been adopted. In this case, that was done back in 2007. This property and others surrounding it, there was some potential subdivision activity back then. It never came to fruition, but the overlay stands so they can use it. So that's one less thing they had to do. The minimum size for a plan development is 2 acres. And in the staff report, I mentioned that it's 4.5 acres. If we include the Seal Road property, that 23 foot wide strip, I think it's 24, then it's a little more than 5 acres. That flexibility it's summarized in a table, but it allows lot sizes, lot dimensions and stuff smaller than normally allowed. So in this case, we have an R5 zone property. Typically, we would be looking at 5,000 square foot lots, but we have several lots that are smaller than that. And that is possible with that plan development overlay. Some things can't be changed. For example, lot coverage, and that's the amount of building footprint that can cover a lot. That's still at 40%. And so someone would want to be careful if you make the lots too small. There's just not a whole lot of developable area because of that. And so we have Exhibit A, which summarizes those standards. That's something I started doing a couple years ago, going through all the plan developments before me, where you have to dig through a staff report and, oh, here's what they were doing on page 57. It's not very time efficient or friendly to future staff people. And we always, at least me as the planner, I always want to think about my successors, try to make their life slightly easier. Because as the way things are going, they just get more and more complex, and it make life easier for the future. It's good. These are supposed to have a homeowners association, and that's great because there's many tracts of land that are proposed. So when I say tract, what the heck am I talking about? There's several things that we create in a subdivision. We create streets, and those go into rights of way. And a right of way is a swath of land that's dedicated for a public purpose. That's where your streets and utilities are typically located. So we create rights of way. We also create lots, and that's really the main purpose, is creating lots that can be individually developed. But then there's tracts. And a tract is an area of land in the subdivision set aside for a different purpose. In this case, we have multiple examples of tracts. We have 2 that are for wetlands. We have 1 which is for a stormwater pond, stormwater facility. And then another one that we have, and this is not something that we see too often, but they're just to the left of lot 24, towards the bottom, is a private site. So those tracts would be owned by the homeowners association and maintained by them. Okay, so we talked about zoning, we talked about the R5. If there was a dwelling in existence, we would want to make sure that the lot the dwelling was on still conformed with setbacks and stuff like that. We don't have a dwelling, but we do have this shed structure there on lot 25. It's kind of a different thing. We don't see this so often in these subdivisions. And so this is kind of a thinking cap moment for us on how we deal with it. Based on the records, it was built in 92. It was in the county at the time. This property we're looking at was annexed in 2006. We reached out to Columbia County just to see what they had. And they couldn't find anything on file except for a recent electrical permit. So it's been there a long time. The adjacent owner uses it, enjoys it. And the electrical connection actually comes from the property to the south. It's the 605 Seal Road property, which on this map is the rectangular shape. It's not wholly in the map. It's just right above the north arrow and the site map title at the bottom there. It's a separate property, but functionally, this shed is an accessory structure of that. So I'm using all these fancy terms. What am I meaning when I say accessory structure? So that's a planner term. We talk about principal uses, principal structures, and accessory ones. In this case, we have a residential zoning. The principal structure would be a house or a duplex. And then the accessory structure is secondary or subordinate to that principal use, shop, garage, shed, things like that. So that's what I mean by accessory structure. And I use that term because we have rules that apply to those. Normally, we would want an accessory structure on a lot with the principal structure. It's secondary and subordinate. If this was industrial, commercial property, maybe a shed or something could conform with the list of uses possible in that zoning district. But it does it in residential. Another thing we have to consider is for the city's accessory structure laws, there's two size thresholds, 600 square feet, unless we have a property that's more than 2.5 acres size. Lot 25 is not going to be that. Lot 25 is just under 8,000. Otherwise, it's 600. And the one on here is probably close to 1,000, but it's been there a long time. And so I mentioned the thinking cap, and well, what do we do with this? Do we want to require it to be removed prior to the final plat based on no permitting and excessive size? And the reason for that would be if you think leaving that shed there could be a problem for the neighborhood. You have all these houses. It may or may not, I don't know. You could suggest that a shed by itself could result in that. Maybe there's a higher percentage of a bad thing happening for the neighborhood. Another thing we could do is require a dwelling to be built. So there is a principal structure on lot 25. You could be like, well, you know what? This thing's been here since 92. Who cares? Good for them. It's been there a long time. Just being okay with it with no additional requirements. Another thing you could do is require annexation of the 605 Seal Road property. And the reason for that is lot 25 is going to be in city limits. Functionally, especially with the electrical connection, it is accessory to the 605 Seal Road property. If it was all annexed, at least you would have some more uniformity. So those are the things to think about. I like cleaning things up. And so my recommendation is the annexation, but we have a lot of testimony to go through to help you think about that. Wetlands, we do have wetlands. In this case, they're hoping to impact the wetland complex with that street B, the one that we talked about the fire access on. Fortunately for me, none of the wetlands are significant to the city, so I don't have to be the wetland meanie. We just gotta make sure they get their approvals from the other agencies. Otherwise, we talk a lot more about those wetlands. Okay, so then density. So the plan development lets you have smaller lots, but it doesn't mean that we could take this and go, well, you know what? I want 1,000 lots that are 10 square feet in size. That would exceed the potential density required. Now, in the staff report, it talks about whether the commission is okay rounding up to get to the 28 lots possible. But if we include that Seal Road property that we keep talking about, then the total lots possible exceed 28 a little bit. So that's not, as long as that Seal Road property is wholly included, the rounding up consideration is not an issue. And I believe that the developers will talk about that because we've kind of talked about it since the staff report went out. So street trees, they'll be required typically built as the lots are developed. Retaining wall. Now, we don't always get into retaining wall heights with these subdivisions. But in this case, we do. They have some of those walls that are going to exceed 6 feet in height, but they appear to be under 8 feet. And our code allows fences and walls higher than the normal required, which is 6 feet, to be allowed as a condition of approval, as long as they're non-residential. And in this case, the retaining walls pertain to the stormwater tracks, so it's a non-residential thing. So that's an easy thing to approve as long as you approve it as a condition of approval with the police station later too, for that height. From an access standpoint, like I mentioned, Truman Lane and Ha on the west side are going to be our main access points. We're dealing with all local classified streets, so we're not dealing with arterials or collectors, in which case we have to really be picky about driveways and things like that. So that's one complexity we don't have to deal with in this case. All these lots will abut the public street. That 605 Seal Lane doesn't. That's just south of lot 25, but they are proposing an easement to make sure it's not landlocked. And that's okay because it's a weird, funky circumstance. It's probably the best you could do. Tree removal. A whole lot of trees on this property. In one of the more wooded subdivided properties we dealt with. So when we have a bunch of trees, we have a tree plan requirement. So we can identify all the trees. And their tree plan identifies 540. Now our tree ordinance cares about trees that have a diameter of breast height of greater than 12 inches. And that's just a typical rating, 4.5 feet above ground. You look at the diameter of that trunk. So those are the ones that matter for the purposes of replacement and preservation. If we are losing more than 50% of those greater than 12-inch DBH trees, they need to be replaced at a 2-to-1 ratio. Fortunately, that is the case here. And the equation comes out to 470 trees to be replaced. The applicant estimates 72. Now, I should note in some of the discussions I've had with citizens just today, we realized, oh God, there's a bunch of trees in that Seal Road property. So the tree plan didn't capture those. So the numbers could change a little bit. But that does provide a little bit more room. And they are proposing some of the alternative to just planting trees, which is allowed by the code. So street and utility standards. There are two types of streets proposed. The extension of Haw Lane, which will be Seal Lane, Seal Road, that is a good old standard 50-foot wide right of way local street. Where we have a 20-foot lane, 7 feet beyond that, 34 total. And of course, parking, sidewalk, no restrictions on volume. Truman Lane, that little loop, and then the other loop, half loop, those are what we call skinny streets. So that's instead of the 50-foot right of way, it's within a reduced 40-foot right of way, and it allows parking only on one side. There is a volume cap of basically 21 lots. And, we kind of analyzed the potential lots that street be. Because, we have this property adjacent to it, which, we don't know exactly how that's going to be divided. But we can make some assumptions. The developer helped us with that and made me comfortable enough. Okay, well, it's probably going to remain in that skinny street reduced volume standard. So we talked about the turnaround. I have some of the diagrams of the adopted fire turnarounds in the report if you want to get into that. We'll want to have a lot of discussion with Columbia 911. Hopefully early on, if this is approved, just to kind of nail down the street names. There's a lot of potential paths they can take. Ultimately, we'll need to have that all worked out for the final plat. But one thing we've seen in other older developments is you have these construction plans with these assumed street names, and then they change with the final plat, and it just makes it kind of a bugger for future staff. Well, this says Ralph Street, but this one says Ben Street. What the heck? We have to consider blocks. We have a few blocks here, the Truman Lane one, a half block, and then it's acceptable for the middle not to be a block because of that wetland. And then when blocks have a certain length, we can consider mid-block pedestrian crossings, but this one doesn't get to that point, so we're okay. Water is available in Haw Lane and Truman Lane, and so that will be extended into the subdivision. Sanitary sewer, a little more to discuss there. So they're proposing to extend a sanitary sewer line from the east, the North Vernonia Road side, and that would be within that Seal Road property. So there is going to be some digging in Seal Road, even if they are not inclined to improve the street for fire apparatus access. Now, we have the situation in the city where our sewer lines are at capacity. So for a long time, our utility plans were very much out of date. And five-ish years ago, maybe a little bit more, time flies, we updated our storm, sewer, and water master plans. And the wastewater master plan identified some things that made us go, holy cow. And that is much of our sewer infrastructure is above capacity and has the heightened probability of surcharge, meaning the material comes up into the streets. So when we discovered this, well, son of a gun. So we talked to the council. What do you want us to do? We could consider a moratorium, or we can consider alternatives to continue to allow development to occur. The council was uncomfortable with the moratorium, and so since then, seems like it's been a couple years now, we have this fee in lieu of mechanism that contributes towards the capital improvements. So sewer is a little bit more complicated just because of that past. Our engineering team is working on upgrading many of those lines. But if you're reading this report in detail, they are going east, and that'll go to the line in Matson Street. And if you looked at the map in there, you see Matson is all red, which is close to 100% capacity, and full capacity is normally 85. So this is just something that we've dealt with, and you need to continue to be comfortable with that situation. So generally, when we talk about a subdivision, there are a few different steps to get to this point where you have these lots. We have the preliminary plat, which is the concept, and that's what we're asking you to make a decision on. Then, before we get to the final plat, infrastructure needs to be constructed. And so there's approval of the development plans, and then it's developed. And there's kind of two paths that we have. They can just complete it, or there was a law that came out a few years back that said cities had to have an option that allows a lesser state of physical improvement with the appropriate financial guarantees. That's why you see two options in there. Well, nobody's ever used the other option, but it is there because it's supposed to be the law. Traffic, that is something that always gets people excited. This did require traffic impact analysis, just barely. But the traffic consultant they had did not identify any problems, which wasn't a surprise. We didn't anticipate that. But they did have an expert address that. The street pattern seems logical. No, Truman Lane and Hall Lane were never intended to be dead ends. They're always intended to be extended, just like the new street stubs proposed, as you can see here, are meant to be extended. I've been through several of these subdivisions where people live on the end, and sometimes they assume it'll never be extended. They assume it's a forever dead end, and it's not a fun scenario for them. I don't know if we'll hear that tonight, but I just wanted to make sure that that's clear. One kind of unusual condition I am recommending. So right now, the mailbox for the 605 Seal Road is here. Yes. Oh. It's by a driveway that feeds this house here. So this subdivision is going to have a mailbox cluster. So we recommend that a slot be included for that property. Just because it makes sense, it'll be amongst all the other ones. So even though 605 Seal Lane is not within the subdivision, technically, it is related to that shed. And we think a slot for that property is logical because of the change in front of us. All right, so let's talk about, while we're talking about 605 Seal Lane, let's talk about Mr. Halsted. He's here, and I'm sure he'll talk today. So, he has a lot of concerns, which, you know, totally makes sense. And one of the things that he wanted in exchange for dedicating the portion of Seal Road between the main port portion and North Vernonia Road was their own right to access out to North Vernonia. If it's dedicated as public, I don't know how we would do that and not keep the general public from using it too. It's kind of a complicated matter, because Seal Road will not be to a standard to allow everybody to use it. So how do you let one person use it and be within a public right of way? So that's you know, one thing that I don't really have a good answer for. He also talked about wanting to keep a turnaround, and you can kind of see it on page 23. There's a circular driveway there, and the proposed property line kind of goes through the center of that. In my discussion with them, he figured if there was driveways, it would be okay. There are 2 Rainier cherry trees within that island that he wants to keep. Neither of them are large enough for the purposes of our tree plan. I assume one of them might be kept. The other one, if the street was in the right place, maybe it could be a street tree. Although typically we don't like fruit-bearing street trees because they make a mess. So that's something to discuss to see what kind of recommendations you have. And you know, we're getting kind of beyond the normal review standards for Mr. Halsted, but it's an unusual circumstance, and you know, nothing's guaranteed, but based on what the developer wants or is willing to give, we'll kind of see how things play out. We did receive testimony after the staff report was done. And there is a letter from Ron Youngberg, from Brian Delashment, Nancy Hopkins, and then also something from our engineering team. And there will be an opportunity.
We have an opportunity for testimony. If you could hold your comments now, you will have an opportunity for testimony. We'd appreciate it. Go ahead.
The conditions, because these subdivisions get kind of complex, I try to write it out so it makes it easier to follow. Like we talk about the emergency access, the mailbox cluster. There's a placeholder based on the Jeff Halsted issues. Based on that tree discussion, there's a couple of conditions where we could add, include the Seal Road property in its entirety. So we'll get to that when we get into the conditions after the staff report. And I'm sure there's other details I could have explained. There's probably going to be a lot of testimony, and that may come out as part of that discussion. So that's probably enough of me presenting the staff report for now. Move on to the next step.
Can you just clarify? So 605 or Seal Road is an unimproved private road currently?
6 Seal Road it's private, so it's its own property. It's not right of way. And it extends all the way from North Vernonia Road to what's proposed to be lot 25. Some of that property is going to be incorporated into lot 25 The rest of it is proposed to be dedicated as right of way. It is improved, but I would say that it's under improved because it's just a single lane driveway.
Right of way would extend all the way to North Vernonia Road.
Yes, that is what's proposed, is to extend it all the way. But the portion between here and North Vernonia Road is not wide enough to just be open for general traffic. And it's kind of confusing. When I talk to people on the phone, everybody's kind of confused about that. It's just not wide enough. Even if it was widened to 20 feet, then it's just like an alley standard, which shouldn't support not only the vehicle generation from the subdivision, but all the other strips west of that could be a lot of shortcut traffic going to North Vernonia Road. So that's why we talk about, well, maybe it can be upgraded to an emergency standard. And that's why allowing exclusive access to it is kind of a quirky situation.
Because to do that, it would have to be exclusive access plus potential emergency access, right? So you can't actually physically barricade it because the emergency crews can't get in quickly.
Yeah, usually if it's limited access to emergency, we would have a gate or bulwarks.
Okay.
And the fire department would have like a Knox box or a special lock specific to that.
Right.
Don't empty lane.
Yeah, exactly. But yeah, I think you get it.
So this is our time to ask any questions of staff. Does anybody else have any questions?
I'm still confused about the shed on 25, how that relates to the property to the south. And so it's, I mean, as it's platted out there, seems like, I mean, how can that be if it's out width of his property line?
How can it be?
How can it be? Because that's a different lot there than what it is, you know, whoever's house that is that's next to it.
Yeah.
I think it's to the south.
The one thing that kind of ties them together is electrical connection.
But is this the person's lot, his own land then, that he has the shed on?
There's a couple different ownerships. It's pretty funky.
Yeah.
Pretty funky situation. But as part of my understanding and speaking with the folks, part of the deal is they would be granted lot 25. So then you would have unified ownership between lot 25 and that 605 Seal Road property. So yeah, that's a good question, actually, Scott, that you bring that up. And so that is why in my thinking, okay, well, they're going to be in the same ownership. That's accessory to a principal structure. They really, ideally, they're both in city limits under that scenario. But, you know, you could be meaner or you could be nicer.
The 605 is within city limits. 605 is the red. It's not.
It's not in city limits.
Talking about annexing that lot, it would be annexing 605. And then also lot 25 would be part of that property or owned by the same person, also within city limits. Right.
Yeah.
So one portion would be in the city limits and the other would be out?
Well, that's the purpose of the annexation requirement is it would all be in city limits.
Okay.
So the idea is, okay, we have this situation. It's not perfect. It's kind of weird. We can be mean and just say, get rid of it. You can be totally nice and say, well, we don't care. It's been there a long time. Or we can meet somewhere in between. And my recommendation is the annexation before the final plat. So the idea is that gives them time to address that while all the other stuff is going on. Like I mentioned, you have the preliminary plat, you have the final plat, and you have that construction part in the middle, which can take some time.
We'd be setting that condition now as an annexation, but that's not part of this hearing. The annexation is not part of the.
Yeah, the annexation would be a separate thing, as it would just be a condition. And the idea is, as it's potentially written, or I think as I drafted it here, if the annexation doesn't occur, we might remove the shed before the final plat's recorded. But if it's taken care of, okay, great, you can stay.
Okay, any other questions of staff before we move on?
Can you speak more about the tree replacement? It's not required. There's an alternative to replacing the trees.
Yeah, so there's that 2-to-1 ratio, and there's some other options. Paying the city to replace them, or direct compensation for the trees. So it becomes more of a financial compensation over actual physical planting of the tree. Thank you.
There's mud. All right, we're ready for the applicant's presentation. You come forward and state your name for the record, please.
Good evening, Chair, Commissioners. I'm Daryl Smith. I'm Director of Land Development for Chad Davis Construction. Just wanted to, before I turn it over to Wayne Hazen here with Pioneer Design Group, say, thank you to staff for the work they've put in on this so far. We are excited to be back into St. Helens and do another project here. So looking forward to it.
Harold, do you want to, did you hear address?
For the record? 2808 19th Avenue, Forest Grove, Oregon, 97070.
Good evening, everyone. Thank you for being here on what's a kind of rough night out there a little bit. I'd like to also thank Jacob. He's been very approachable and available for questions and discussions that we have, and very thorough in his analysis of the application. So we do appreciate that greatly. We don't have a lot of comments or things regarding the conditions. There are a couple that I'll highlight later in the presentation that we'll go over, but Jacob has done a pretty thorough job of going over the application. And sorry, after correcting Daryl, I'll say my name is Wayne Hazen. That's Hayson with Pioneer Design Group. My address 9020 Southwest Washington Square Road, Suite 170, Portland, Oregon 97223. As well as Daryl and I, we also have William Doster, PE, who is the project engineer from Pioneer Design Group for this project. Same address as mine, but I'll let him into that. If he's here, basically, if you have any questions on an engineering basis, so that we have him here available to answer those. So just a quick orientation, I guess. I'm sure you all know where it is, but the property is located in the northwest portion of the city. It is located north of McBride Elementary School and is zoned general residential R5. The site is surrounded, as you can see on the image on the right, is surrounded by similarly zoned properties. The dotted properties there are the ones in the planned development overlay area. And you can see that the surrounding properties are general residential, the R5, and also I believe it's moderate residential R7. So the development is consistent with the types of development that are surrounding it. You can also see there that lot 605 without the yellow on it, that one portion that's not annexed into the city at this time. So just an aerial photograph to orient yourself. You can see the elementary school at the bottom of the image there. And the subject property is the one highlighted in red. You can see the Seal Road access out to Vernonia Road there. We'll talk a little bit about that later as well. But you can see that it is an area that I guess we would typically describe it as in transition, in that there is a mix of undeveloped properties along with properties that are developed to the residential densities of the city and the development code. So it is something that is consistent with the surrounding development. As has been mentioned, it does have a lot of vegetation. And again, just pointing out, there are wetlands on the site. We have had them delineated by a wetland biologist. Has or will obtain the delineation from, the concurrence from DSL, Department of State Lands, for that. Those wetland areas, as was mentioned, they are not considered significant wetlands. And as such, the riparian areas surrounding them are also not considered significant riparian areas. However, because we are using the plan development standards, I think the wetland is somewhere in the vicinity of 24,000 square feet in area, as delineated, and we are retaining in those two tracts that we'll look at in a moment for the wetlands, we are retaining 28,000, actually it's 28,600 square feet of open space surrounding those wetlands. So that is a considerable amount, and that is possible due to the planned development standards and utilizing those. So cutting to the preliminary site plan, as you can see, it's 28 lot plan development subdivision. The two open space tracts there are tract A in the northern portion, and then off to the east of Street B, there is tract B. Those are the open space areas containing the wetland. And just below tract B, you can see tract C, which is the storm facility for the site. There is also, as was mentioned earlier, next to lot 24 in the southwestern corner or southwestern area, which is a small neighborhood or private park. So that will be attractively landscaped and designed to provide amenity to residents in the area. As far as the extension of Seal Lane goes, one thing I'll point out there, and I'll talk a little bit more about it later, but one thing I'll point out there is that this is an opportunity to get that piece as public right-of-way. The benefit being is, one, it does provide emergency vehicle access, not just to our property, but to all of that area. But it also can facilitate the future development of the parcels between our site and Benonia Road, which otherwise may not have access for actual development to the densities that are allowed by the code. We are extending the street stubs that are provided to us. And we're also providing stubs to the properties to the east as well to facilitate future development should they choose to do so at a later time. Thank you. So just looking at the aerial circulation plan, you can see there I'll say that this is all kind of always fanciful. This is just an interpretation of what could be achieved based on the connectivity that we're providing in the street stubs, lot sizes, that kind of thing. But I think you can see that the design of the streets or layout of the streets, including Seal Lane, does provide a logical development pattern in that area. Looking at those lots, you can see that they're all pretty consistent with, say, the lots to the north, and then the lots on Har Lane. They're all a pretty similar size and orientation. So I think that does provide an opportunity for the city to ensure that there is available resources for that kind of logical connection and development of adjoining properties, which ultimately is the ambition of the code and the urban growth bound. So I just wanted to show the emergency vehicle turnaround. So it is within that shared portion of the driveways for lots 4 and 5. The minimum width for that turnaround area is 20 feet, and the depth is 70 feet. That is the requirement from the fire code, and as it's spelled out in the fire code applications guidelines. I think one of the important things to note there is that that is a temporary turnaround. It's there only until such time as the street is extended to the east. It's there because the street is over 150 feet long, and if you get to 150 feet, you either have to provide a turnaround or definitely sprinkle the dwellings because the fire trucks won't back out over the 150 feet mark. So that is there. It will be signed for no parking. The only people who should be utilizing it otherwise are the owners of 4 and 5. They would know that their shared driveway is not for parking anyway, but it would be signed for no parking. In the infrequent event that it was actually needed for use, that there was an emergency situation at the end of Street B that required that. And while we're talking about emergency vehicle access, what the applicant would like to do, the fire marshal is essentially given a couple of different options. One would be sprinkling the dwellings, so putting in fire sprinklers, and the second would be opening Seal Lane as the public dedication and opening Seal Lane as an emergency vehicle access at this time. And so the applicant would like to retain both of those options. We're in the process of working with the fire marshal to discuss what would work best for the subdivision and how we can best achieve that. And I think we'd like to keep the ability to have access from Seal Lane and or for emergency access and or install sprinklers. Again, I think that there are benefits to the city of having Seal Lane incorporated into the project. So happy to see that. Looking at the density calculations, just to go over that, as Jacob mentioned, with the addition of the Seal Lane properties, when calculating maximum density, the maximum density for the site, once we exclude the wetlands and public right-of-way dedications, the proposed density of the site is 28 units and the allowed density is 32. So we are below that 32 unit number, so we do comply with maximum density. And so just on to the conditions of approval that we did have questions about. Condition 2B8, Roman numeral 8, requires the culvert that runs between, and can you go back to the plat? Couple of slides.
Is it on your presentation?
What's that?
Is it on your presentation?
Yes, yeah. Yeah, that one's fine. So the wetland drains across from here over to here. So we wanted to keep that connection in place. So we have a culvert that runs from here and runs down across the road in a diagonal fashion into tract B from tract A into tract B. Obviously, the alignment of the wetland and the way that it is formed is not really ideal for putting a road diagonally across the middle of the property so that stream can remain perpendicular. So I guess our point there is that it isn't a utility. It's not a conveyance facility. It isn't conveying stormwater from the site. It isn't piped, so to speak. It's just a culvert. To create that as a straight line would be very, we think, detrimental to the operation of the wetland overall. They don't like to operate in straight lines terribly much. And we do think that some of the code sections being relied on to make that perpendicular speak about things like that the pipes shall be straight between two manholes. And that's certainly not a situation that we have here. And I think it just emphasizes the fact that it's not a utility facility. It's simply a way for the wetland to function in a natural fashion. We still think it's accessible. It's certainly findable in terms of as-built and getting actual elevations and locations and maintaining it. I don't think it's any different than if it was perpendicular, if it was angled that way. So we would request that that condition be stricken, and we would like to be able to continue working with the city and the engineering department to find what that best solution that is as part of the engineering approvals. We understand obviously that we need that connection there and we want that connection there. It's just exactly how that fits through that permitting process. So that was the first one. And then the second, just a alternative condition for tree mitigation. With the tree mitigation requirements for the city, essentially, as Jacob was saying, if you're removing over 50% of the trees, for every 12 inches of DBH, you replace that with two 2-inch DBH trees. And so one of the options in the code is to essentially pay as mitigation for each of those trees that would otherwise be required, would be to pay the city an amount equivalent to the cost to purchase and plant those trees, for the city to be able to plant those trees elsewhere within the city in a location of their choosing, as opposed to just a straight cash amount based off the International Society of Arboriculture's Guide for Plant Appraisals. So essentially the condition is just modified, I guess, to require tree mitigation following the standards of St. Helens Municipal Code 17.132, permitting either payment for the cost of planting to the city or value based on the International Society of Arboriculture's Guide for Plant Appraisals. Obviously, we would like to see the trees planted. It doesn't necessarily make sense to add more planting into this property. Where in the wetland areas, for example, we want it to stay healthy rather than be overcrowded. But we do think it would be a good option to be able to have those trees planted elsewhere as the opportunity arises. Just hitting a couple of the questions or issues that came up during staff's presentation. I'm just covering off, we've talked a little bit about Seal Lane and the temporary turnaround. And there is, as was mentioned, a portion of Seal Lane that we understand would need to be annexed into the city. So we understand that requirement. And as I said, we'd like to make sure or try to keep that option open to use that as emergency access as opposed to just defaulting to sprinklers, which benefit the homeowner perhaps, but don't have that wider benefit that annexation and utilization of Seal Road would have. I think there was a comment there in terms of the planned development overlay. I think that the fact that someone went to the planned development overlay process indicates that, there are challenges associated with this property and developing this property. And we've worked hard to balance those those challenges, the wetlands, the access, those sorts of things, some of the other little funky things that Jacob was talking about. And we think that this is a good response and a positive step forward in terms of developing that property. And then I would note that it didn't necessarily not move forward because it wasn't a good idea. That was approved in 2007, and of course 2008, 2009. There were a lot of projects that didn't move forward at that time, and so I think this is a good kind of conclusion to that process. As far as the shed on lot 25, I just emphasize that what I said before is that this is an area that's a little bit in transition. I think some of the things that were discussed earlier about providing the options for retention, annexation, I think those are great ideas. It is an area in transition, and I would say that this is a transitional use. It's an existing use. It's a use that obviously has value in that area, and I always think it's a shame when we eliminate that value by making something be removed or demolished before its time is up. I think that if the economics of it are that it's the best idea to build a home on that property, I think that's ultimately what someone would do with that as opposed to keeping the shed on it. So I don't think it's going to be a long-term issue, but I think keeping the options there is a good thing. And then just one really brief comment on the sewer system. It is a really common thing in land use and in planning, capital improvements, that development funds the improvements that are needed to serve everybody. And I think that that's the situation in this case, that the way to get those improvements sooner is through those contributions that Jacob was talking about. So again, I see that as a positive towards the system and towards the city being able to raise the funds that they need to make the improvements that they need. The sewer system isn't necessarily a straight, well, if you add 2 houses, you've added 2 times that cost. Everybody uses the same pipe. So I just wanted to point that part out and say that I think that ultimately these types of developments are what is going to assist the city in fixing that problem rather than exacerbating it. Daryl, do you have anything else? But yeah, that's all I have for tonight. But if you have any questions, we're happy to answer any questions. And as I mentioned, we have William there if there are any specific engineering questions.
On the trees you're talking about, you said they're going to be planted elsewhere. That's kind of vague for me. What do you mean by that?
Basically, the money is paid to the city, and the city can elect to plant those trees wherever.
You're talking about, somewhere else on individual lots.
No, essentially, the main reason for that is obviously the area that we have now to plant is much smaller. And so we don't want to put 500 trees in a space that 200 trees fit. So we'll pay for the 300 trees and you can plant them. Obviously, we would hope that they were in the same basin or a similar area, a similar part of the community, but yeah, that's where that idea comes from.
For the temporary emergency lane, will that be by removable bollards or will it just be open all the time?
Is this the turnaround or the seal lane?
The turnaround.
The turnaround is actually part of the functioning driveway, essentially, for the home.
Okay.
And they do share those two.
We do sign it, no parking in that area, and a thicker concrete section for the fire department. Yeah, so.
Does it narrow down afterwards? I mean, widen it?
Yeah, there becomes an easement on the plat for emergency vehicle turnaround, so it's actually recorded on the plat, but then once, the street goes through, then that goes away.
So, I mean, it will stay, the driveway would stay there, but the easement would disappear because it's no longer needed. So,
It's gonna be a shared driveway.
yeah, and it would be designed to transition if it does narrow up when it goes into each of the individual properties.
Right, thank you.
I also have a question on the issue of the diagonal pipe from the tracks. And you're saying that, I think, engineer is, at the city does not want, something that's diagonal. You're looking at something she's looking at something perpendicular. Is that true? From what I.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, that's their, that's their stance on it. And the question there is, do you make it a condition of approval? So then when cause I look at the plans generally, not as much of a technical sense as the engineers, but if it's a condition of approval, it's an angle still, you're gonna change that. Whereas if it's not a condition of approval, then they work it out with their engineering department. Now, maybe they still lose the arm wrestling contest, but it gives them that next option. So they're not bound by the land use condition on exactly how that pans out. Maybe they can find middle ground. I don't know. And that's the idea.
And really the onus is on us to come up with a solution that satisfies the city engineering department. We're aware of that and we have some thoughts on that, but yeah.
Those specifications are for utilities, and that's the reason why you have the perpendicular, and this is not really a utility. Is that what the argument is?
Yeah, and some of the requirements and sections that are listed in that as justification for the perpendicular pipe are things like that the easement or the utility must be within 5 feet of center line. Well, that's clearly not applicable to a culvert that's running perpendicular to the road. So definitely I completely understand that it's a preference, but I don't want to see the opportunity to design something that works more naturally and works better for the functioning of that wetland so that we can have something that's perpendicular.
It's just that if you have something that's perpendicular, you're gonna have elbows in it.
Yes.
So you're gonna have
Exactly.
good blockage.
Exactly, and it leads to more scouring and all sorts of different things. So we would prefer the diagonal, which is the more natural.
Right, thank you.
Thank you.
Now the time for testimony in support of the application.
Take that opportunity.
To state your name for the record.
Sitting back there chomping at the bit.
I bet.
For the record, I did submit written testimony. I'm Brian DeLashmutt. I'm here on behalf of my mother, who's 101 years old and lives at Avamere out by the high school. Her and my father bought this property some 45 years ago. And didn't plan on doing anything with it, but it was just kind of a nice piece of property and it was kind of adjacent to where my older sister lived, and that's the property you're talking about. Can you put the plat map back up? There you go. There you go. They live on this property right here for a number of years. My sister passed away over the last year, and her second husband, who's been referred to as Mr. Halstead, is the one that has some concerns about what's going on with the property and so forth. He is the one that put the electricity into the building here. They call it the carport. Unfortunately, my father, back in when he built that for my sister back in 1992, didn't think about, okay, what happens when you get a subdivision, you annex everything in and this piece of property is here and their house is across the street and so forth. So that gets us to the position we're in right now. The position of the family is we're delighted if Mr. Halstead can get that carport to remain. And we're delighted that he would have lot 25 where that piece of property is. When I first saw this first plat, and I looked at this and I went, well, Seal Road comes straight in like this. And Mr. Halstead is right here. He has no way to really turn around. They have a turnaround right now. Kind of comes out in front of the house here. And so I responded to the developer that, listen, they're shut there right now. They need to turn around. We're in favor of giving them that piece of property. We'll lose the income on it, but that's not a problem for us because he needs access and a turnaround and the shop's already there. Let me go back to my written statement a little bit, a little past history. When I parked in front of the building today, I looked at the old Capitol or the old county courthouse and I saw the window that I actually sat in. I was the interim planning director back a number of years ago. And my first job before I got that was I was kind of the field guy. I got to go out and I got to go to Mist and Birkenfeld and the Granges and tell them how they could use their property after the passage of land use planning in the state of Oregon. You can imagine how popular I was at that time, but we progressed a long way since then. Land use planning in the state of Oregon, I'm a dinosaur, as far as land use planning. Jacob, I had some conversations with him. We talked about a number of things. We talked about the developer, but the concessions that have been made by the family as far as lot 25 and the building and the concessions by the developer of having Mr. Halstead able to hook into the sewer system as well as paving all of this coming into his property, we thought was a very valuable asset to Mr. Halstead. And with that, I'll answer any questions, but it's been deja vu for me sitting in here listening to this today. Been a long time. Like I say, I'm a dinosaur as far as land use planning now. I had a public relations and government relations firm in Salem and represented folks in Salem and in Washington, D.C. But I'm delighted to be back in my hometown. I'll answer any questions. Thank you.
So still on testimony in support of the application, if there's any more. Anybody online? Now would be time for neutral testimony. Those.
I think.
Enough
In favor?
Favor?
We like to best.
My son.
Okay.
Yeah, dear. Would you like to?
Like to speak in favor?
Yeah, favor.
Okay.
This is my, this is Jeff Halstead.
I'd say more neutral.
Okay, that's fine too.
I appreciate it, Brian. Appreciate your words.
Can you
My
state
only
your name,
concern,
please, for the record?
My name is Donovan Oran. I am my
Stepson.
father.
long time stepson. My only concern is that a property that they were referring to, lot 25, the carport, had been promised to the family for a long time. And I spent good money putting power to that carport. Got a permit from the city. Works well. What I'm interested in is that we get a turnaround. It has the pavement. I could show you pictures. It has, and that's all what I really wanted to do is get that. The driveway, I pay taxes on that. Nobody consulted me whatsoever that I might lose that. The only I found out about it when I looked at the plot map, it's a letter about this meeting. Wait a minute, that's my driveway. They're taking it away from me.
Nobody even consulted me on that. We just presented. If I hadn't talked to Jacob, I would never have known until I got the letter. Nice to have been consulted before somebody takes away an acre of my property that I pay taxes on. That's my only real concern. That, you see it in the picture, Ryan mentioned it, it's a turnaround, a paved turnaround. And that has been promised to us ever since I married her. And I was in the process of having it surveyed when Cheryl, which is Cheryl Rigdon, my wife, was diagnosed with lung cancer. And all of a sudden I lost interest in the survey. So I never had it surveyed. Her mother, Georgia, twice got mad at me because I wasn't having it surveyed. I had permission from her to survey it, and then she would sign off on donating it to us, and then we'd have to go to you all, the city, and see what we had to do to get it all one piece of property. That's my concerns.
And another one of our concerns is when we read the plot map, what we were promised there with the turnaround, I'm not a plot map reader per se. I mean, it's not my profession, but they're gonna cut right through part of the property that we were promised.
That's where the tree thing came in.
Yeah, they're gonna cut through right through, so they're taking a third. 1/3 of our
promised.
Yeah, 1/3 of the property that grandma promised us that we are gonna get. And with the planning people that were doing the plot map stuff, they didn't come to us, they didn't ask us anything, and when they were supposed to buy the property, it was right in the sales of the property that we were gonna get a certain section of the property. Well, without them even talking to us or discussing anything with us, which, I mean, they have a job to do. They went ahead and did their plot map and designed this, you know what I mean? And then the realtor lady come to my father and says, you need to sign this. So that,
Easement for the sewer.
so, you need to
Signed the
sign this
easement.
for the easement for the sewer.
But nobody said when I signed that easement that I'd be losing my driveway.
You need to sign it for the, because, and she told us that, we're just gonna put a sewer down Seal Lane. That's it, you know what I mean? I was there. We're just gonna put a sewer down, they didn't say that, or you're gonna lose Seal Lane, I'm sorry, Seal Lane and all that, road, drive, and then the roundabout that we were promised. That's probably.
That's my big,
So
I don't care if they
basically,
develop it, that's fine. I mean, that's the way life is. But it would have been nice if somebody, had mentioned to me that by either signing that easement, I was gonna lose the driveway. That's 0.9 of an acre. That I paid taxes on for a number of years now. It's mine. I've got court papers that can prove it. Was not even consulted. So I'd say that's my only issue. If I could have that turnaround, I'm a happy camper. I'll stay out of everybody's way. I'd just like to have that turnaround. That's what we were promised. That's why I spent money on the carport. Fair amount of money too, actually. The electricians aren't cheap.
and we spend money to pave Seal Road too. And we put blacktop down Seal Road. We spent like $3,000.
No, more like $15,000 to pave the road, pave the driveway.
Yeah, pave the driveway, So, I mean, we put money into the property, you know what I mean?
Now, without any consultation whatsoever, I find out that's being taken from us. All right, there we go.
Is there any questions?
Any questions or comments?
Just to confirm so as I understand it, you've got the carport, you've got the property that would be on 25, you've got the property south of the road there. Do you have any feelings about that property south of the road potentially being annexed to the city?
Oh, so we'd have to annex our stuff into it.
Yeah, we've had a discussion earlier this
I
evening
remember.
about
I remember hearing it.
I think 25 and the property in the south, making them all in the city.
We kind of do, yes, because we're in the county right now, you know what I mean? So we pay county taxes, we don't pay city taxes. And there's different rules with city than there's with county.
Yeah, and to be clear, we wouldn't be making that decision tonight.
Right, I know.
Curious what your feelings were.
So that's kind of our feelings on that, you know what I mean? Because we're in the county and there's different rules. You know, what I mean, as far as livestock, not livestock, different taxes on different stuff, you know what I mean? So basically,
If the city requires us in order to, to smooth this out, I'm not against joining the city.
but as we stand tonight, we're kind of opposed to the plot map.
Only because of the driveway. The fact that we're losing the turnaround.
Yeah.
We were promised that multiple times by the whole family.
Yeah, so.
And it looks like they're trying to do that.
So basically what he's saying is the way the plot map sits right now, we're opposed to it because the way it sits, you know what I mean? And because of what he just said, you know what I mean?
Really opposed. I wanted to change the plot map. How's that? To include our turnaround. I mean, if they want, if I have to trade the driveway for the turnaround, I'll do it.
Yes.
Yeah,
Thank you for your testimony.
yeah.
Can I do a 1 minute clarification on the turnaround?
Not if it's not this time.
But it's provided for.
There is gonna be rebuttal.
Yeah, there'll be a rebuttal opportunity.
Yes.
All right, let's go back to neutral testimony. Is there any neutral testimony?
Or me? Yeah, I'll do neutral.
Neutral? Okay, will you state your name for the record, please?
My name is David Bond. I live at 355 North Vermillion Road, just up a couple of plots up beyond Seal Lane. Okay. And I got the Ford from Jacob, and I'm just gonna go through a couple of things. The fire department recommended sprinklers for the dwellings of this unit. I think that's absolutely necessary. Just to make sense these days. In terms of the trees, the whole tree issue, what wasn't really identified was what cost would the developer be paying to set the tree removals? The skinny local street is within 40-foot right of way. And it says they're gonna allow on-street parking on one side of the street. When you look at the size of these lots and we're required to have off-street parking, at least one unit, it's hard for me to see how there's gonna be any parking available on the street. It's just too tight to do. And also with using the lot for the turnaround with signage so that people aren't parking there, seems almost impossible to enforce that. Especially on the fact that there are 28 lots and people living here in St. Helens commute somewhere else to work. So there's gonna be like 50 some cars and it's gonna be Carmageddon down in there, you know, I'm not against how that works, but it's gonna be a problem for people in the neighborhood, okay? The approval of the equivalent for the sewer stuff comes in at 13,000 a unit. That's before any SDCs are applied to the cost of the property. I would also say that the utilities be limited to electric supply only. It's been pretty common that people are recognizing that gas appliances in homes are a constant source of indoor air pollution. And I would like to encourage the developer to avoid doing gas down in there, just for people's safety. Plus, we live in a public utility district that has the cheapest power in the region. So there's really no incentive to use gas. Let's see. I'm assuming from what I've read that these are going to be single family dwellings only in the subdivision, attached dwellings. Again, the traffic study, you know, that's pretty sketchy. When you look at the neighborhood, Truman and Haw Lane, I mean, where are people going to park in this neighborhood? It's going to be a mess, for sure. If Seal Lane is a dedicated right of way and not made a full street, because it's only 24 feet wide, of course, that just as it is, it can't be a full street. Vernonia Road, where I live, the city did a great job of putting sidewalks in there. And this, while it may not be a traffic artery, it is definitely a pedestrian artery these days. And people are gonna be going through that place. They're gonna go from that subdivision over to Vernonia Road, because that's the way bikes and pedestrians get down into town. It's just, that's how it works. Then I just ran some, being somewhat of a former developer myself, I ran some numbers. Can't imagine that with all the tree stuff and the capital improvements, that the lots are gonna come in any less than 120,000 per lot. When you add 20 SDCs, I'm just guessing at about 20,000 per unit. The residential construction costs these days are about 250 per square foot. If the house footprints are between 1,000 and 1,500 square feet, your total cost is gonna be like 1,000 square foot home is gonna be 390,000. Things are selling these days around 400 a square foot, so that's gonna be a $400,000 house. A 1,500 square foot is gonna be cost about 515 and come in at a sale price of 600. So, I mean, in terms of me personally, this is going to dramatically increase the value of my property. But it's gonna be, I just can't see how they could do it for any less. And I spent my career developing affordable housing, and there's no way these are gonna be affordable houses. They're gonna be, whether they're big or, I don't see how you can get, maybe you can get up to 2,000 square feet, but these are gonna be very expensive houses to put in here. So that's all I got.
Thank you. Do you have neutral testimony at this time?
That's spicy. Spicy neutral testimony.
So I should see that, wasn't sure which way it's going.
Wait till we get to the non-neutral testimony.
Yeah, my name's Lee Rigdon. I just wanted to clarify a couple of small things on the property. As you noticed, the shed that you mentioned is actually a carport. Carport with a storage unit on the end of it, so it's fairly good size system. And that went up back in the 80s. I don't know when, because I was in the Air Force and so I was home, and one day it's there. So wherever I was coming in from on leave, that's when it popped up. So I was there in the 80s. And the turnaround, somewhere in that time frame, I'd say also. He's right. This is the property right here. Yes, the turnaround comes into there, and then of course the carport's right here. And this is something family's gonna get resolved, hopefully soon. But just give you a little more clarification, these things go back all the way into the 80s. So this is something that's been there for a long time. Been around for a while. I just want to give you folks a little bit of history or clarification on the time frames.
Thank you for your testimony. Any more testimony in neutral? All right, and nobody online, I'm assuming, okay. Testimony in opposition to the application at this point, please come forward and state your name.
My name's Kathy Frost. I live on the property right next to Lot 1. I have three major concerns about the proposed subdivision. My husband and I live adjacent to Lot 1 of the proposed subdivision. Behind us is City of St. Helen wetlands. When it rains, a small stream appears about 6 feet in from the property line of Lot 1, runs about halfway down the lot and then disappears into the lot. This happens whenever there's any measurable amount of rain, spring, fall, winter, summer, of course not, every time. And when we have an atmospheric river rainfall, like now, in fact, I have video of the water running down there, if you want to see it. It is even a bigger stream. We mentioned this stream to the surveyors, and I checked with the city planner, and he says they did not address this in their report. 6 feet is a setback there, and since the stream is about 6 feet from the property line, the water will be running into and under the foundation of the home built there. If the builder fills in the property with dirt between the property line and the house he built, because it's down a little hill, my concern is he will redirect the water onto our property and undermine undermine the foundation on our home, which of course is not the right thing to do. So please take a look at this and correct it so there will not be any water running down there and not hurt either our home or the house built on lot 1. If this is not addressed, lot 1 is not a buildable lot. Second, I'm concerned about having 50 or more cars coming and going on Haw Street from the new subdivision and around the blind corner that is halfway between Burt Road and the end of Haw Street, which is more than triple the amount that go around that blind corner now. Many people park on both sides of the street, so there's only room for one car to go through at a time. We never go the suggested speed limit of 25 miles an hour because we never know if someone will be coming around that corner. If this subdivision goes through, and of course I know it will, because the city of St. Helens wants the revenue the subdivision will bring it, be prepared for a number of accidents on that corner. It would be much better and safer to widen Seal Road and have traffic routed that way. Making the new residents wind through the current subdivision of about a half a mile, with many areas where only one car can pass through at a time, is pretty ridiculous, when it would be much easier and safer to go to Vernonia Road. There are constantly many cars parked on both sides of the street on all these roads, and sometimes boats and RVs. And there's room for only one car to pass at a time between the parked cars. I know these concerns will fall on deaf ears because all the city of St. Helens officials are concerned about is revenue, and this new subdivision will bring in a ton of money. There's no concern about the safety and livability for St. Helens residents in the existing subdivision. The city planner told me that Seal Road is 20 feet wide, and I actually measured it, and he said it's between 23 and 24 feet wide. He also told me 10 feet is allowed for each lane of traffic. That means there's plenty of room to make an access road to the new subdivision without parking on either side, which of course would be much safer for everyone. I read the staff report, and the fire department is recommending sprinklers in the houses because they can't get there fast enough because of having to wind through the existing neighborhood. Would you want to live in an area where emergency services can't get to you in a timely manner? I wouldn't. Will the sprinklers go off if I burn something on the stove or if I light a candle? In fact, every time there was any concern in the report, the city found a way to say, oh, it's okay. And it's not a problem. Third, building the subdivision will lower the value of the property we own. We will no longer have a quiet street where the only cars coming in and out are for the 7 homes on our street and the dozen or so homes below the blind corner. It will become a busy street, and prospective homebuyers will see an area with many homes, much traffic, and much noise, not a place they will want to live, especially if they have children, for there will no longer be a safe place for them to ride their bicycles, etc. People who come to visit us always talk about how nice and quiet it is in our neighborhood. Well, not anymore. I've spoken to several property owners on Truman Lane and Haw Street, and they all mentioned that the neighborhood will no longer be quiet. And one of the reasons they bought a home there was because of the quiet neighborhood. They also commented that their property values will decrease. And I think the traffic evaluation for the number of cars going through our neighbor that they had done is incorrect. There'll be a lot more than they said. They said there'd be little impact. I and my neighbors disagree. I also would like you to build a view obstructing fence on lot 1, not on the property line, but on lot 1, so that we will not see our neighbors whose house will only be 11 feet from ours. So please address the water coming out of the wetlands behind lot 1 and rethink the street structure for this new subdivision. Widen Seal Road and make it an access road for the new subdivision so the existing subdivision will continue to be a safe place to live and property values will stay where they are and not decrease. It will also be safer for the people in the new subdivision.
Good evening. My name is Ray Jones, and my wife and daughter and I live on 325 North Vernonia Road. If you know the territory, that's
right at the intersection of North Vernonia Road and Seal Road. So our property adjoins Seal Road for quite some distance. I almost gave testimony as a person that wasn't opposed to the subdivision. Because I'm not opposed to the subdivision. I'm opposed to some of the issues that I don't think have been fully vetted out yet with this subdivision. The first thing, and I visited with some of my neighbors about this. I think you all know that Seal Road is a private road. It's owned by two individuals. And I know by talking to one of the individuals this morning that couldn't make it here tonight, Ron, and excuse me, keep wanting to call him Ron. That's the other neighbor. That he's opposed to this dedication of a 38-foot right of way. He's opposed to it. I can't speak for the other owner. I don't know what he would say. If this right of way, this 38-foot right of way were dedicated right today, and I've gone through the staff reports, I don't know what it looks like on paper. What does that 38 feet include? Does it start from the center line of the existing road and go 19 feet each way? What does this 38-foot right of way look like? And one of the reasons for being concerned about that, one, property values. The other lady talked about property values. Well, there's 6 large oak trees ranging from 2 feet in diameter to 4 feet in diameter, which I think most of the neighborhood like those trees when they are. If that road were widened, those trees are going. There's 18 more trees on my property that adjoin Seal Road, and they're anywhere from 6 inches to 18 inches. And nowhere in the staff report is there any inventory of the trees on Seal Road with respect to contemplating this 38-foot easement. So what's the plan for replanting those? Also understand that the real plan with getting this 38-foot right-of-way dedication is the long term would be to actually go for a 50-foot right-of-way. So it would be a very wide street like you'd see in a subdivision with sidewalks and all of that. And that would be a huge encroachment on property value and property of all the owners that are typically and currently along Seal Road. It would be a big impact. Talk about sewer. There's been some discussion about the sewer being overtaxed at the current point. And I was looking at a map with Jacob this morning, and there's a lot of red on the map. Sewer system that's overtaxed right there. Some would think that the stormwater runoff is okay. Well, we've lived where we've lived for about 9 years now, and we were there before the other subdivision was put in on North Vernonia Road when it was an open ditch that came down for stormwater drainage. And they ended up putting pipes in it almost at the same time the other subdivision was done and covered it up. Well, I saw the water high enough before they covered it up where it almost blew out my culvert. And that was before the subdivision was in on North Vernonia. Now you add water to that again from this new subdivision. And I think it's going to be a disaster. I think there's going to be a big blow up in the drainage system. And I think it's going to be a big mess. Who's going to pay for it? And someone addressed the cost of the sewer and how that might work in a subdivision. And I guess that's standard procedure. I mean, the development's going to share part of it, and everybody else that pays for the sewer system is taxed for it's going to pay for it too. But what about the storm sewer? That could be a huge, huge expense to get that taken care of. The lady that just testified, I guess I could call myself a NIMBY too, not in my backyard. The people that own property adjacent to Seal Road bought their property for a reason. We bought our property for a reason. It's like a little slice of heaven within the city limits. And it's a quiet road. And there's not that many houses on Seal Road. And to upgrade that road to a standard that would service that new subdivision, that'd be horrific to the owners that are there. Complete disrespect to the people that own property there. Undermine the property values, and it'd be a property take with that kind of right of way, with the way people's houses are laid out. Anyway, I would hope that that you folks would think about the testimony you're receiving. I'm not opposed to this subdivision. I'm opposed to some of the things that I've mentioned tonight that I don't think have been fully vetted yet. And I think they need to be vetted before it's approved. So I thank you for your time.
Testimony. All right, next. Anybody else?
Hi there. I'm Julie Pelletier and I live on Seal Road also. I just wanted to confirm if I could ask a question to Jacob. You just said when you were presenting that the sewer is at capacity. Did I understand that right? That they want to tap into?
Yes, yeah. Throughout town, we have many of our trunk lines which are at or above capacity, including the ones proposed for use in this development.
Right. I just want to make sure that I was correct. So obviously, I don't have to say much more after that. I'm going to go along the lines too, that we do just have a 10-foot road. It's tiny, one car at a time. We pull over, whatever, you know. So not only is the sewer that they want to tap into at capacity, and I, along with Ray, saw before they covered it, it was a stream. And that's still there, buried. You just can't see it. And that was before they put in the first subdivision. Now they're wanting to tap into another one. So let's just say that the sewer wasn't at capacity. We have a 10-foot road, so it's going to have to be widened for emergency vehicles, and or they're going to have to dig up for the sewer. We have dedicated wetlands across the street, and it's not, per Jacob, it's not through the city. I believe it was through the state. Is that correct, Jacob, that monitors those wetlands?
Yes, yeah. The state would be the primary authority allowing impacts and such.
So that hasn't even been addressed. I don't know why, but it hasn't been addressed. There is a large wetland area that's over closer to my neighbors, and there's one right across the street from ours. And as the first lady that was talking about living in a different area was talking about the runoff. So literally when it rains, which is quite a lot here in Oregon, there's a stream that comes down. There's a field across from ours. They sometimes have a cow or two over there. There's literally a stream that forms that runs straight to our house. We watch it every year. And the road is just high enough that it stops it, and then it jets to the right towards North Vernonia. It goes down a little bit, crosses over, and then one year it flooded our neighbor's shop. It was before Ray, who just testified, and his family moved in, just a little bit before they moved in. I have a video right now and pictures if I could submit, or if you wanted to look at any time. Right now as we speak, the water is right at the road, and it's probably a couple inches standing. I know it's been raining a lot, but not any more than what it usually does. This is yearly. There's we call it a little mini lake right there that comes right up to the road. So even if they just did a sewer and dug it up, they're going to have to check to see where the wetlands are to even disturb that. It's going to be a mess. You're going to be digging in water. And also, even if that wasn't an issue, when they do the sewer, how are we going to get home? It's a 10-foot road. So I don't know how long it takes to put in a sewer line, but that whole time, we're not going to have any access. So with the option of there also being able to be sprinklers in the subdivision. So I'm not necessarily opposed to the subdivision. I'm opposed to having Seal Road being a right-of-way. I mean, it's very concerning. And I spoke with Ken Stansberry, my neighbor, today, and he asked me to tell you too, just like Ray did, that he is completely opposed to it, and his mother too. All three of us live on Seal Road. So that, I think, is just about it, yeah, is, and the wetlands being addressed. So if you want to see a picture, you can get a hold of me when you're done or whatever, but I have a video too. It's beautiful. Thank you.
Your testimony. All right, any other testimony in opposition of the application? All right, so this would be the time for the applicant. Rebuttal.
If I may, I'll be extremely brief. Just for clarification, when Mr. Alstead talked about the family, or talking about a turnaround, that is right here. He's getting the turnaround. He's always gonna get the turnaround. The original.
According to Jacob.
The original plat, when I saw the Seal Road coming in straight like this, I said, the family has told them they'll get a turnaround. Now, the turnaround is there already. It's right there. The second thing that I mentioned extremely briefly, and everybody talks about access. When this property was annexed in 2007, it was very clear by the city that the access was from Haw Lane. It says it, if you can look it up. I can pull the papers up. When my father and the developer at that time applied to have it annexed, it was very clear that the access was Haw Road. I'm sorry that these people think that all of a sudden their quiet life is going to go away, but it was always going to go away because Haw Lane was always the access. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hi there, Wayne Hasten again for the applicant. I guess just to start, I don't want to delve into it too deeply, but I guess just to emphasize that a family dispute over the design of a turnaround and whatever discussions they've had around that is not an approval criteria for this subdivision. We're confident that there is a turnaround on the property. They have 2 driveway drops designed in there. It's very close to the turnaround that is there today, and does provide access to that carport. So again, emphasizing that what they may have said to each other at various times is not part of the approval criteria. I think you've heard tonight what makes land use planning so interesting, but also so confusing. We've had testimony that says both that housing values are going to increase because of this development, and that housing values are going to decrease because of this development. I guess it's all a matter of individual perspective. But we are in the middle of a situation that everybody's dealing with at the moment: housing shortage, affordability crisis, those types of things. And it is expensive to build homes, to develop property. And some of the things that we're hearing today are the reasons why that is so expensive to develop. It was mentioned $13,000 per unit before the SDCs are even paid. But that is how the city is fixing the issues that they have. We shouldn't just give up and stop building houses because they're going to be expensive. That only makes them more expensive. As would, I'm sure that there would be a great love of maybe building 5 or 6 homes on a property like this that is a lot less intense, but that again increases the price of homes. It doesn't do anything for adding inventory. It's just part of that complex and the complexities of development and developing properties like this. And the reality is that these subdivisions, these homes, will have a lesser impact on those facilities than most of the existing homes. They will have, I'm not sure if you're all, if you know what I&I is, or interconnection and infiltration, which is the older existing systems. When it rains and water comes up, water gets into sewer systems, sewer pipes, they're not as structurally sound as the newer systems. And that is what puts a considerable amount of pressure on those systems, where this development won't have that issue. A lot of older subdivisions have storm systems that are connected to sanitary sewer systems. We will not have that situation. We are required in our water quality facility in Tract B there, we are required to both treat and detain stormwater. And releasing that stormwater, we have to release it at a rate no greater than pre-development. So in terms of adding water or creating an additional situation here in terms of stormwater runoff and things exploding, it will be as if this development doesn't exist. In fact, we're not allowed, we have to discharge not exceeding pre-development levels, which means we will be below pre-development levels. So essentially, it's essentially a net gain for the city. We provide our systems development charges fees and various other fees, and in return we provide, or we discharge less stormwater, we discharge less to the sewer lines than the existing developments do. And essentially, I'm explaining there why new development is actually a good thing in terms of reducing sewer bills through improvements that are obtained through service system development charges and those types of issues. So I do understand the concerns, and it is a natural thing to think more development, more impact, but that is not typically the case. To address a couple of specific things that were raised, I'm not certain where the 38-foot right-of-way came from. Essentially, I think that was in reference to Seal Lane. We're not proposing improving Seal Lane beyond what you see here. We're not proposing opening Seal Lane to public traffic. There won't be any additional traffic on Seal Lane than there is now, other than if there was an emergency. And I'll tell you, the only reason they want that emergency access is because if there happened to be, say, someone has, I don't know, a heart attack in lot 16, at the very same time that someone comes out of Truman Lane and crashes into someone in Har Lane, they need a second access to get to lot 16. The likelihood of those two events happening at the same time, I'm not going to say it's not going to happen ever, but it's very unlikely. For the most part, you won't notice that there's a difference to Seal Lane after the development has occurred. And the sewer line that goes in there, and sewer lines are repaired and installed in streets all the time, particularly streets that need access maintained. Obviously, there are going to be times during the day where you cannot access, but access won't be permanently cut off from homes for extended periods of time. And that installation, we are installing those sewer lines under the existing gravel consolidated Seal Lane. It's not a wetland. If it was a wetland down Seal Lane, it wouldn't be a driveway, or we would have other issues with accessing homes. It's not a wetland. It is a formed consolidated private street. And what we're asking is, and essentially what we're asking in terms of the fire marshal issues is we want to be able to look at what those improvements specifically are going to be that the fire marshal will require us to perform to bring those up to the standard that he needs for emergency access. We don't know at this point whether he's going to say, well, I need a a golden highway down there, or whether he's going to allow something a little bit more similar to what is there currently. If he wants significant improvements to facilitate that emergency vehicle access, then obviously sprinklers are probably going to be the better option of the two. We just want the ability to work with the fire marshal to come up with an appropriate response or action to best provide that access or safety for residents there. So just to address the rivers of rain, for example, that the property adjacent to lot 1 is upstream from our property. There are wetlands upstream of that. So the water that is actually coming off that property is coming from the wetlands within and runoff from within that original development. In terms of the specific rivers of rain, and I wish I had brought it, I didn't. Our surveyors actually took a photo of it, and you can see where the property pins are. There's been an addition built on the side of that home that comes up to probably 6 inches or a foot from the property line. And it is up higher than our property. It doesn't have gutter on the side of that lean-to. The water just sheet flows off the roof onto our property, onto this property in the area of lot 1. Similarly, there's paved patio or driveway at that location, concrete surface that also would contribute to runoff. So I think that's a large part of the source of the water that is that may be seen on that property. To address that, we understand that in normal situations, we need to continue to accommodate that runoff. So there is a cutoff drain designed, French drain, cutoff drain to intercept that water as it comes onto the property and divert it around and treat it and discharge it in an appropriate fashion. And I think that is pretty much it. Oh, the last thing was the, Seal Road trees not being inventoried. Everything in that area that you see there has been inventoried. The portion that wasn't inventoried was the portion that was added from that piece out to Vernonia Road. We're not proposing improvements on that piece unless the fire marshal specifically requests certain things and we do them and do those. And in any event, we would have to be significantly widening that driveway to impact any of those trees. I don't believe that we will impact any of the trees that are in Seal Lane because we're not doing any improvements there. But if we do, and correct me if I'm wrong, Jacob, but we would need to revise or update our tree removal and protection plan and provide whatever mitigation was necessary for trees that are within that corridor, if there were to be any impacted. Does that sound reasonable?
Yeah, I think there's, you wonder how much those numbers may help. It's neutral. I think that's a good discussion for us to have and see where you're kind of leaning on that matter.
I mean, the reality is that vehicles traverse that driveway every day. There aren't trees in the middle of the road. But I don't believe that there'll be an impact to, well, it won't be, there could be a tree or two here and there, but I don't believe it'd be a significant. So with that, I think that covers everything I wanted to today. I'd just like to thank you for your time and attention. I know it's always difficult focusing on everything and especially a contentious hearing.
So there are a couple of questions while you're on rebuttal in writing.
Okay.
A couple of the letters request fencing.
Yes.
And
thank you.
And there's also a couple of them are concerned about trees on the adjacent property. And so it kind of becomes a question of, is the tree's critical root zone that gets into the property, does that warrant preservation?
And I'll point out, I think it's this property that wrote that, the person who wrote the letter lives on that property there. So they are fortunate enough that the open space is backing onto their property, so that addresses their specific that individual specific concern. But all tree removal and retention, particularly of the boundary trees, will have root protection and be inspected by an arborist to make sure that that is set in the right locations and is appropriate for the activity that's occurring. And the letter that was written about fencing was along this boundary here. And I can say I've talked with Daryl, and it is their standard practice anyway that they fence the perimeter of property with a 6 foot tall solid privacy fence. Those typically go in with the homes. The one thing that I do have some, not reservations, but comments on is at the terminus of Street B. That piece would be right of way, so we can't just simply go and erect a fence there. It would need to be approved by the city. So whatever happens there will be, we will construct whatever the city approves us to construct there or requires us to construct there to terminate Street B on that interim basis. So I guess the highlight of that one is trees, fencing, privacy fencing behind all of the lots, and Street B terminated in accordance with city standards.
I got really, that's my property you're talking about. And did I understand you to say that the fence will not be built until a house is built?
The,
No, the perimeter fence will be built with the subdivision grading and the interior fences.
Okay.
Could I clarify something too? When I was referencing the wetlands that's monitored by the state, not the city, that was on Seal Road, not Seal Lane. I live on Seal Road.
I don't know where Seal Lane is.
and so the, in terms of all of the wetland work will be permitted by DSL.
You driven down Seal Road?
I haven't personally.
There is actually a culvert right at the end of my driveway across from Mr. Stansberry's property. And the water runs underneath that. My property was this deep with water at that point. I think there's a little wetlands. I think there's just a little wetlands.
I'm gonna stop that.
So
It's now, so.
You might just want to see what you're actually affecting. You've never been down the road and you say that.
Gonna
these
call point
trees
of order.
won't be affected.
I'm gonna call point of order.
I'm gonna call. Please tell the truth and please know what you're talking about.
And I will say that personally, I haven't been. My colleague who was not able to be here tonight has been. I've worked very closely with him, so I'm confident that I've reviewed the report. I'm confident that everything that we're looking at is accurate.
Right, thank you. Right, does any of the commissioners have,
I just have a question to avoid me being confused. Seal Lane and Seal Road, the same thing?
No.
There is no ceiling.
Wait.
we'll call point of order.
I'm looking at a plat map that has Seal Lane on it. I'm trying to figure out what it is.
It's called Seal Road now.
Thank you.
They conceptually are calling the public right-of-way dedicated portion Seal Lane on here.
Got it.
And that's why I talked about, we have to work with Columbia 911 to really figure out the new scheme.
I like Sewer Lane, for the record. That's good.
Road is not on the map. It's down.
Gotcha.
All right. All right. Alrighty, no. See. Nobody has any questions of the applicant's rebuttal.
Well, I do have a question about the access, for the fire lane access.
The.
And
Is your question of the applicant or is it? during-
sure, I'll ask the applicant about it.
You come forward just.
It's you put the sprinklers in, is it my understanding that you could, the lane for the fire apparatus? Then-
Correct.
And you wouldn't have to be bothered with the
I believe that's what,
Lane Road, Steel Lane Road?
that's what the fire marshal was asking.
Yeah, okay, I just want to clarify that.
And I guess, again, I just pointing out that there, I probably shouldn't be extending my answer, but we're just looking to have the opportunity to explore those options with the fire marshal.
And then I also have questions about the tree roots. You said it's just on that particular, it's just abuts the track. Are there any other fir trees that the tree roots might impact on these? And
Basically, what I meant was at that location, obviously, there behind that property, the trees aren't coming down at that point.
Yeah.
But I know that there's one or two boundary trees in that location, which will obviously be protected. Anything that is being retained that we're working within the zone of influence, the drip line of those trees will have root protection.
I'm not sure, Jacob, with that, with the tree roots, because we had Brad Hendricks here from the.
Yeah, we had that.
He had a tree root on his development there.
Douglas fir, that big Douglas fir was
Right on the.
wrong. It was not right next to the property line. And so at that time, a tree is more than what you see above ground. There's the root system.
Yeah.
And that, at that time, the interpretation was because that portion of the tree was on it, the tree plan had to include protection of that tree.
And that's what we.
So is the question then on the property up there, as you say, there's that protected land, there wouldn't be anything, but is the perimeter fence going to be going on that side of the subdivision that would affect and possibly be an issue with trees on the adjoining property?
I'm not 100% certain, but I think that there are fences behind those properties already anyway. But in terms of what I was referencing in terms of that particular spot is one particular person wrote in with specific questions about how their property was going to be impacted. And my response was directly to that property. They back on to the tract A, the open space tract, and those trees are being retained in tract A. Trees that are outside of that tract A that are being removed are obviously being removed, but those that are, I know that there are also some boundary trees, and that's what she's essentially talking about, trees on her property. And what I'm saying is that trees that are boundary trees or that we're doing work within the zone of influence, they don't call it so much the drip zone anymore, because that's not necessarily the only thing that the tree is dependent on, but the zone of influence will be protected through grading and through work to protect the tree.
Right. Any other questions of the applicant?
Want me to wait here or?
You can. Yeah. Hearing no further questions from the commission and no further responses from staff, the public record is closed. This matter is returned to the table for deliberations and oral decision.
Did you get all that?
Yeah. My very first question for you, Jacob, is since we now have to treat single family and duplexes the same, how does that apply to this subdivision?
We can call it a single family dwelling subdivision, but because of that state law and our law, anybody on any of those lots would be entitled to build a single house. They could also build a conventional duplex, one building with 2 units attached, or someone could build 2 detached homes. And we have an obligation to treat duplexes the same as single family dwellings. We can't discriminate duplexes just because it's 2 units.
And so the contractor that did the traffic study, do they take that into account?
That's a good question. And based on state law, yeah, that's a good question.
Certainly they should.
Because duplexes probably have a different rate. But we're kind of in a jam.
Yeah.
Because if we say, well, this is twice the amount of traffic, then all of a sudden now we're treating duplexes differently. And then where do we go there?
You were saying 2 single dwellings on these, but they're not restricted by the 40% rule?
Sure, that still applies. Yeah, you still have distance between buildings, you still have the 40% rule, the setbacks, some of them which are adjusted here, but yeah, those standards still apply. So
Tiny homes.
Tiny houses, but
extra tiny homes, yes, it's possible.
it's more difficult to develop.
Or you go vertical.
Like that.
Yeah. You do have a maximum height of 35 feet. You know, we seldom see single family dwellings maximizing their height. But that's certainly an option too.
Yeah. And I have another question. It's if we go ahead with this, can we conditionalize that Seal Lane Road as should the fire department want something else and come back and look at it? Because I mean, obviously there's discrepancy about the size of the road that might be needed for that. So can we conditionalize whatever we do with that aspect, saying we want to look at it again? Should there's material difference on these things, on the width and impact of the road?
Well, we know that the normal standard for fire apparatus is 20 feet. The one thing is in their discussions with the fire department, will the fire department give some grace on that width? And the other thing that wasn't really discussed, but that does come out sometimes is turnoffs. Because you have, that lane, but sometimes the code could call for turnouts here and there. So if 2 cars are approaching, one can get out of the way. Now, if it's 20 feet, that's less of an issue. It would be a matter of what are you trying to capture? Are you worried about
Well, what I'm looking at is, if the impact is greater, they don't really have, they haven't had it done a tree survey or anything like that on there. And so if the impact is greater, then we'd want to find more, that survey and have that considered in our final determination.
Yeah, I think there's a question is, because usually, this has been kind of organic process as we've reviewed this, each layer of the onion. Oh man, and these are complex that happens. And I think that the panhandle of this property, I think that's why the tree inventory didn't occur, just because based on that evolution. You could require the tree inventory to be revised to include those trees. So then they're inventoried up front. As far as the wetlands, there's already a general condition about making sure that there's agency approval for the wetlands. And so if there happens to be wetlands out there and they impact them, well, obviously they didn't have agency approval. And so from their standpoint, from a project risk management strategy, they would want to be sure that any design to provide adequate fire access doesn't trip the other agencies. Because at this point, they know
will probably be being watched.
Here's how we're gonna run through. I'm sure we all have questions. So since you started on that end, really, we'll go with Commissioner Rosengard next. He'll run through his questions and then we'll follow through. I'll do the conclusion of my questions at the end. And then if we come up with any other questions, then we can address it then. But let's do this kind of in an orderly fashion.
Okay, I still have other questions. I thought you
I
said
thought
done
you
with
were
that question.
Okay.
Well, I'm just, point is that, I mean, there seems to be a bit of this development is still kind of up in the air. They're still discussing it. There's, I mean, like with the turnaround and that stuff. So makes me hesitant to the whole thing. I think with most of them, I think they've come to a more concrete type of agreement with them. So we don't have really make some of these deep determinations. I think they're close to it.
I don't
A lot
know.
of them.
Just being familiar with development. Very happily retired realtor recently. This is the way it works. They're gonna be through the whole thing. Some changes and respect your concern.
That'll be it. Well, just looking at my notes as writing it down. I'm also concerned with the shed. I want to say that with the shed, that, it would be good to have it connected to your home in one plot type of thing that we're hopefully trying to achieve. But as it stands, it seems to me that the shed its origins are rather dubious. So, I mean, but as we've been saying, it's been there for so long. I don't think it's been there all that long. I mean, we've had, certain planning throughout the years prior to that. And I'm just wondering what the heck happened there. And so with that, I would say that I would want, as that stood, if it wasn't part of the connected to the other property, if it wasn't that going to be, I would not want that to be there. Because I think it's way it's been placed there is, as I say, it's dubious. So I think it has to be a process, and they should have went through the process. And by grandfathering it in, it's just kind of saying, well, you slipped it in on us, so it could be that way. Not accusing anybody of it, anything like that, but it has the appearance of that. It's just it's a one we give.
So now I'm curious for your thoughts on the shed, because my inclination was to go with the scheme where lot 25 is attached with the property on the other side, and we make this all conditional on annexation. It's just one big package.
Yeah, but I stated if that's the case, then
that wouldn't work.
It'd work.
Yeah.
But
I do get the point that it's still a little mysterious.
And I take exception to the idea that all we are concerned of is with money to try to generate income. We have nothing to do with budgets or anything here. So, I mean, that has nothing to do with it. So, but that said, I mean,
basically, yeah.
I'm thinking that with the shed, that maybe go through the process of having to permitting process for it.
That's our decision, though. I mean, it's not really one of our options that was provided to us. It's kind of like, let it go, tear it down, annex it.
Why wouldn't
It goes,
We could say it has to get re-permitted.
I guess.
Let's see, my other thoughts are, I'm a big fan of neighborhoods that don't burn down. And I think that if sprinklers are going to help make that happen, and sprinklers are in fact If the fire department feels like sprinkler installation will meet the requirements, the developer's willing to put in sprinklers. That sounds to me like one of the ideal ways to rectify this, because then we don't need to get into what happens with the seal road, seal lane surface. I don't necessarily want to kick the proverbial can down the road and have us back here talking about this all again if it turns out that the sprinkler scheme doesn't work. It also seems like a shame to spend a lot of time talking about other options if, in fact, sprinklers just solve the problem. So I'd be interested in other people's thoughts on whether we just give the sprinkler plan a go and it works. Great. Otherwise, let's see. My sense is the sort of specifics on where the city puts trees and how much the city charges for them is outside of our scope. My understanding is there's a process for tree mitigation that one of the options is you pay the city and the city does what the city does. So that's great.
Hopefully they plant trees.
Yes, hopefully they plant trees, but it's not up to us what that looks like. And I hear the concerns about traffic. I think there's a larger conversation about how we eventually get to a place where we're building a community that's a little less dependent on individual cars. But I also recognize this subdivision is not going to be where that conversation starts. Yeah. And I ultimately suspect that conversation about traffic is going to have to be factored into the people want to buy these properties. Potential buyers are going to be aware of what they're getting into. My thoughts.
Yeah, I don't really have any questions. I guess kind of like David and Todd, I've got some comments. My concerns really revolve around the sewage being at capacity, or the sewer system being at capacity or full capacity already. I'm not a big fan of the city using the fee in lieu of, because I feel like that's kicking the can down the road. I've got a lot of concerns about that. I don't know when the fee is paid in, how that gets separated from everything else. So that's a big concern of mine. The safety is a big concern of mine, and increased traffic is a concern of mine.
That the city puts that money into a fund specifically for that, but I'm just going to comment on your comments is
Sure.
The thing that stands out for me here on page 16 is this is much greater than the industry and city standard, 85% at capacity flows, and our portions of the conveyance.
Where did I go?
At the top.
100.
Yeah, and this is at 100.
Yeah, like it is really mixed.
Are we gonna stop the development until we get these?
Well, we gave it for, well, you're getting into an area that.
Yeah, I mean, it's supposed to be constantly evolving. We're trying to get some of the.
And we improved the sewage where we've given the fee in lieu of before.
But
I know that's
you're
not
also
this
doing
developer's problem, but that's our city's problem.
I mean, there's also, you're going through a granting process to update the sewage line, right? Correct? And I think the next one is 27.
This part is slated for 2027, and I would say there's probably not going to be a shovel in the ground for building a house before 2027.
So I'm just saying that, this can be, they can work hand in hand with that. I mean, I agree with the development, and all these things are going to eventually be coming online, just cascading.
It's a tough spot because these new subdivisions, obviously they pay the fees and that helps pay for the improvements. And so without them, do we stand still at an already overtaxed system? We welcome these in where they have better sewage systems than what's existing. And then they're providing those funds for those improvements.
I think with it's like 360,000, just over 360 grand for the just for the sewage that they're gonna for each house, if you ever get.
I also, and this sort of goes to your point. I don't know if there's a way to mitigate that. Like, if you build the housing, there's going to be sewage. And building the housing, at least under the current plan, generates funds to help improve the sewage system, to cover those houses and to cover everything else eventually. If we don't do anything, we're stuck already at capacity, and I don't know if there's a third option. Like, I don't know if there's a way to say, well, let's try to mitigate this particular part of sewer, because it's a larger system problem.
Earlier discussions, the city has made it clear that we're not interested in doing a building moratorium.
Right.
Which is essentially what it is if you're not letting any.
Yeah, if we say nothing's going to be built with sewer capacity, well, the sewer's at capacity, so nothing would get built.
Right. Yeah.
I think that my big concern is Seal Road. I am familiar with Seal Road. I don't see that as a very good emergency access. I like the sprinkle option. I like the sprinkle option for all subdivisions. I think it's fantastic. So I guess that's just my point is I don't know if we can just, like I said, I don't know how we phrase that, but if we could leave Seal Road alone, as much as possible, running the sewer through, we'll have some inconveniences, but they can cover those up, and I'm in utility, so I know how they do, do it and still make it accessible. But I am concerned with the fact that if anybody has been there, it's little, and it's not great access. So my concern is Seal Road and making sure that that's, not a main thoroughfare into the subdivision.
Can you clarify how many homes access their homes off of Seal Road?
I don't know if I have a good map, but it's half dozen-ish.
Yeah.
So if we were to develop Seal Road a little bit, would that not give these people more comfort with getting the fire apparatus to their properties?
Clearly testimony is they don't want to.
I don't think they want
I
that.
don't think there's any question about that, but.
Well, I mean, it doesn't, we're supposed to be speaking about, any eventuality.
Am I correct, Jacob, in thinking that ultimately in the future, when Street B is extended beyond the sort of stub there, that would be its own access to that sort of right side of the map area? Eventually, the need for Seal Road to be an alternative access from Hall Road declines. Correct?
Repeat that second.
Okay, so right now, Street B just dead ends.
Yes.
At some point, it's going to connect to something.
Yes.
And at that point, it becomes its own secondary way to get vehicles into this whole subdivision.
I see.
The idea.
The challenge is you have to look out further.
Right.
And that's why there's the one exhibit where I hand drew the numbers to show you, okay, from the intersection of whatever it was, past Hall Lane, there's no other outlet. So you already have these 28 lots plus the existing amount of lots. So with this combined with that, I think it was close to 50.
Yeah, got it. So it is an isolated area regardless.
So it would never connect through to North Vernonia or.
Well, if it connected to North Vernonia, then you would have that more complete circulation.
Yes, that's what I'm saying. So if that could happen, then the need for the Seal Road access would diminish.
I would think it would have to be Seal Road because there's other houses in the way. If you look at page 22, that's
Okay, yeah. So it is enough. That's what we're just asking.
Perhaps, and again, I recognize this is engaging in a little bit of can kicking, but maybe we could address. Maybe the answer to the fire issue right now is to simply say, we approve this if the fire department accepts and the developer agreed to an acceptable sprinkler plan. And if not, come back and we'll figure out something about fire safety. Because if the sprinkler plan works, then we don't need to talk about Seal Road at all, right?
Yeah, but that's kind of like the conditionalizing the.
Right, yeah. So what I'd ask you is, can we just conditionalize it off that?
So as opposed to allowing the two options. Because right now it says either or.
Right. We would allow the sprinkler option, and then if that doesn't work, then we'll come back and have this drag out conversation.
Oh, about the Seal Road.
Yeah.
development.
Yeah.
Gotcha, okay.
We also need to consider that sprinklers don't bring ambulances out.
Yeah, they do not.
Emergencies.
It's true.
Where-
That is true.
And that was my concern too, with them talking about RVs already be on the road and narrow roadways. I mean, how are you gonna regulate the parking, things like that, so. Living in an apartment complex, well, condo many years ago where parking was a big concern, and then another one where, like they talked about, a one lane where people have to wait for a car to not be there, pull in, let the other go by, it's a concern, so.
It does eventually sort itself out. I mean, I lived in the UK and you have very minimal slots to get around cars and
Yeah.
people, I mean, sometimes you park to the side waiting for a stream of cars just to go. It figures itself out after.
Do you have any other further questions or?
No, I guess just a point to that is, CRFR is gonna be the best guide for.
Do you have anything else besides your comment?
Just adding to the parking concerns, is it possible with these skinny streets to extend them so that there is more parking, not just on one side of the road? It seems like there is a lot of commuting. If we do have a duplex situation, you're going to need more parking. There's gonna be a lot of cars.
I think it's the lot width. Depth of the lots is what we mentioned.
All right,
So are you talking about just widening the streets? You can't have.
So that you could have on-street parking on both sides. It seems like with these skinny streets right now, we're talking about parking on one side of the road. Okay.
But that, as I was saying, that would impact the depth of the lots and that would be an issue. There's soon to be.
Well, sure, right now, if you're 40-foot swath, if you increase the width, it does impact the lots. I will say,
Talking depth or length of it, not the, how wide it should be to the street.
yeah, depth. We've been out for a while, so.
okay, my turn. So the no parking, it would be signed no parking on one side of the road, but there's, if fire apparatus, if there was a large emergency in part of the subdivision. I know there's other developments in the city where the fire department can't get all the way down to the back of the subdivision, so they have to longer hoses and things, so I really have big concerns about these skinny streets. I only am here to break a tie, but in my opinion, I don't even think we consider this unless we require sprinklers. So.
Alleviate some of.
Yeah. And so just to clarify then, if we require sprinklers, Jacob, we don't have to. You're not improving Seal Road. Or they're staying away from Seal Road. What does that do to emergencies if they don't have the access to Seal Road and it's sprinklers only? Like she said, sprinklers are only for fire, right? Not gonna save somebody's life.
Well, then that's the situation that people buy into and live with.
Okay. I did have one question and maybe I missed it when you went through the staff report, but on page 12, where it talks about lot 6 and the depths of the lot.
Yeah.
It's about that.
Well, so there's kind of two phases of the staff report. So land use law in Oregon, there's all these excessive timelines and requirements. And part of that process is when we get an application, we have the initial window of time to what's called deeming it complete. So we look it over, and that's kind of the first pass. You know, do we have everything in the application? Is everything addressed? And so, you know, one of my concerns was, all right, on this property, we have the plan development overlay that's being used that allows that lot depth to be adjusted. Now, chances are pretty good that the adjacent property would use a plan development overlay too. However, we don't necessarily know everything in the future, and if they don't, then are we placing the street such that creating a lot on the adjacent property becomes challenging because you don't have that depth exception? And this is why I drew it out, because I knew just trying to explain it in words would be impossible.
That was kind of my question. By any of these decisions we're making, are we putting a burden on the adjacent property owner that
And in this case,
development? Nice to have a crystal ball to say this is what it could look like, but
so I commented on that. That was one of the things in the deemed complete notice sent to the applicant. They had a response, and then I considered a little bit more and drew it out. So you could widen that lot so that the center point gets you that 85 feet. Now, in this case, I just had 83, but it's close. You could tweak it appropriately. So it doesn't necessarily screw the adjacent lot's ability. And really, that's what it comes down to, despite the unprofessional language there.
appreciate it.
Doesn't screw them, but it puts some burden on them to accomplish that.
Yeah, it could make that lot funky if they didn't go with the plan development overlay. But it didn't appear like an end of the world situation.
Right. Does anybody have any other questions or concerns?
It would like some resolution on the term 25.
The temporary turnaround?
Yeah, so, I mean, I don't know if I've fully absorbed the turnaround issue, but from my impression.
Or the ownership issue.
It sounds like that is private property ownership issue. That's not a us issue. Like we're not going to be approving a turnaround at this meeting. One way or another. We're not going to approve or disapprove a turnaround inside.
They need the turnaround to do the development. So you are, in a sense.
The turnaround of question that Mr. Holstead is
Yeah.
talking about, the clues are on this plan.
Well, the private turnaround, you're not talking
Right.
about the.
No, I'm talking about the private
We're
one.
talking
Yeah.
about what's existing there now.
Yeah.
That's
So
not.
there's the
not
picture
part
of
of
the
our-
staff report with a little
That's
white
not
dog
us.
up front.
Not the fire turnaround.
I thought you were talking about the fire.
No, fire turnaround, yeah.
No, the cute little white dog.
The cute little white dog front and center. The existing turnaround is kind of shown here. This is the grassy highway.
Okay.
So this is the remnant of it. And if the existing turnaround was fully shown, it would be something like this. So I had a lot of discussions with Mr. Halstead about it, so I really had to kind of key into that. So you can visually see that half of that grass island is kind of sliced. And so, you know, one of those Rainier cherry trees was here-ish, and the other one was here-ish. So that's the issue of concern that they discussed.
But as much as
That's
not part of our.
really a
decision,
private.
Yeah.
It sounds like the private parties have a plan to figure that out. I hope the plan goes well.
The only part, there is one part of that is our decision, and that's whether we allow them to leave the tree. And so-
Well, I brought it up because I knew it was gonna come up. You know, I'm hearing different things and it's like, well, I don't know what's going on here, but we'll probably discuss it. And maybe, you know, the developer would say, well, this is outside of the scope, but we're okay doing this. I just wasn't sure how the conversation was gonna evolve. Ultimately, property owners have to sign off on the plat. If they have issues where the property owner refuses, they may be stuck. So when we get the Mylar, the property owner,
Right.
they're the first one to sign it before we sign it and then the county. Do you want to go over the conditions of approval?
Let's say I need some staff guidance here.
Yeah. Okay.
Big time.
So,
Staff report.
about the emergency access. They are proposing 20 feet. They're not asking for the exception. So I think that condition is okay as it is. Emergency access, no parking signage for the portion of the flag lot on the preliminary plat for fire access turnaround. We may revise that just to include that other lot. But the applicant kind of addressed that issue. We thought they may have been proposing a narrower width for that temporary turnaround. So that is okay, as is, noting the 20-foot width increase. Okay, is everybody? Cool? Now, under the condition requiring the joint mailbox facility, we do have that other condition, that include a slot for 605 Seal Road. We don't have to have that condition in there.
Where is I? We're not talking about the turnaround.
Yeah. Does 605 Seal Road have anywhere else for their mail to go?
Well, right now, it's the mailbox is, right by the Youngberg's driveway.
Okay.
So it's several hundred feet down the road. And right now, that's logical because of the arrangement. If we're gonna have this cluster of homes with the cluster mailbox, and then this one is several hundred feet away from that. One, I think it's gonna confuse the postal carriers. It's just kind of the logic.
Resources.
Yeah, I mean, I imagine one slot is not too burdensome. And also, if there's a slot planned for plot 25, well, then there's already a slot there if those get combined, right? Problem solved.
I'm trying to track where you're going in order. So it seemed like the first condition on page 6 was the accessory structure. So are you going in some kind of order that you can help guide us through?
Yeah, I'm on page 24.
Oh, okay. That is different. I was also on page 6. Yeah.
Yeah, I just want to get everybody on the same page, literally.
Conclusion and
Yeah,
recommendation.
lovely, lovely.
And that was in the staff report, if the applicant didn't have beef with the mailbox thing. Now, the next one is the culvert at an angle. Yeah, I don't have much heartburn striking that and just letting them work it out with engineering.
I think that's outside of any of our qualifications to decide that. So I think that's a good plan.
Agree.
And then there was the placeholder conditions with Mr. Halsted. It sounds like your inclination is just to kind of let that stuff happen organically, other than the shed thing, which is addressed in a separate condition. I haven't heard any new conditions like, so for example, let's say the applicant was, well, we'll try to keep that as a cherry tree, or the cherry tree as a street tree, if the city can agree to it. That was one of the things that came up. You don't have to. We don't have to do that. And what we'll Based on how things have gone, maybe we're best by leaving that silent and just seeing how.
I think it goes with the mail slot and the turnaround. All kind of similar.
Okay.
Creates a messy issue and we have tree species and if it becomes a street tree, it should be one of those species.
If you have a fruit tree on the street, it's more than likely that somebody else is going to be harvesting your cherries.
To think about their next owner too.
Becoming an attraction since law school, I bet.
Yeah, depending on the other trees. I feel like we want to stay away from that. I want to stay away from that. Can we stay away from that?
We
Tree?
stay away, not making the decision.
Yeah, I don't want to decide about it.
Yeah, no, that's
I
perfect.
mean, but that's, yeah, I'm only one.
Perfectly fine. That was there in case the discussion ensued appropriately, which didn't really.
Not answering the questions.
Annexing 605 at this point.
We are gonna get to that, yeah. Yep. And once we're done, let me know if I forgot something. I think I got everything in my mind. So the other, another condition that the applicant suggested a change to was about the tree plan. And I really don't have any heartburn with their recommended change. We're on page 26, condition 2.
There was a question about the value and all that. I've raised during the comments. I believe we're using the arborist best value. That question or that comment.
I'd like to remind the commission that in the past things we've required the arborist to be on site. Protect the trees.
Some we have, yeah.
And some we have, and I think that might be appropriate here.
You have when it affects a neighbor.
Yeah. Yeah, it's pretty typically you'll see an arborist plan saying that. You want to ensure that's gonna be an aspect of the tree plan. And we could add that sentence.
We've done that in the
Yeah,
past.
I think for
I
consistency.
think we should on
Be
that.
consistent.
Yeah, plus trees are protected. That's great.
So then.
Should be better consistency.
So then that one would be
It's thrown back in
the change per the applicant with the additional language to ensure an arborist is on site. Okay. What about the tree plan and wetland analysis for Steel Road?
Well, for one with the sprinklers.
Well, that's where you leave it alone unless there's an additional improvement, and that's what you would like to see.
Yeah.
Yeah, if CRFR says they need both, then maybe we would like to see something.
To readdress it then.
Okay. Seal Road improvements.
Did you say number and letter that you're on, so we're all following the same place?
You can't visually see my notes. I'm talking about two E and two H, which deals with the tree plan and the wetland. Now, the H just says proposed wetland impact shall be approved. So it's sort of, I'm sure already, it just doesn't say we need an additional delineation in Seal Road.
So just for, I'd like that whole statement to be read just so the people in the audience can hear it too. So approved by the applicable authorities such as Oregon DSL, Oregon DEQ, and or USA COE.
United States Army Corps of Engineers.
Thank you.
Let me know, Jacob, before you want to go to the next one. There's similarly something I just want to underscore to people. So on previous page on 2C is where we get this discussion of how much stormwater there to be coming off the property and how that gets controlled. And it's very clear that there can't be any more stormwater coming off as there is now. And so my understanding from looking at the plans is we've got these two wetlands, open areas, open space for mitigation. We've got tract C, which basically becomes a temporary seasonal pond. And developers incentivized to make sure this is enough, because if it isn't, then they're not in compliance with the conditions, and that's a whole other set of problems. So I think, again, unless I'm really misreading this, shouldn't be any more water coming off the property before development.
But they've justified to already.
Yeah, that's just a matter of having faith in the engineers designing it.
Well, if they screw up, then.
Well, there's faith and then there's lawsuits, one way or another.
Okay, so, I need to go back to Seal Road. I'm a little uncertain on that.
So is that
the shed?
Seal Road or Seal.
So right now, the default condition, and we can change this however you want. Now it says the shed building, so these are the things required for submission and the city's acceptance of a final plat. So after all that construction stuff occurs, like I talked about at the beginning of this hearing. So the shed building shall be removed from what will be lot 25. Unless property owner applies for a consent to annex the 605 Seal Road property and the portion of Seal Road property not within city limits. And that's the consent to annex. That doesn't mean the annexation process is complete. It means they filed a consent to annex saying, okay, take me in.
Well, we're trying to annex both of them, are we not? Both into the city.
Well, 25 is about 80% in city limits. There's a small portion that's not.
And is that small portion, is that shed on any of that small portion?
No, the shed is entirely within city limits now.
Wouldn't we want to word it that we have those within the city limits?
I think
Is
that's
that
what
what
he
the
just said.
owner wants really, to be
That's what
annexed?
he said.
He said he was fine with it.
Yeah, sounds like they're not thrilled.
Think.
And
So-
question though, when the shed was built, it was not within city limits. Is that what we were saying?
That's correct, yeah. It was, the assessor says 92. That one gentleman said he saw it in the 80s.
Okay, so sometimes in the 80s or 90s it was built.
Yeah, so it's been there a long time and it was annexed in 2006. So it had been there a while prior to being annexed. I did look at the annexation file and I didn't see any mention of it. Not surprising, in 2006, I know the city planner, I wasn't here yet, but I know they were completely overwhelmed, and that was probably just a detail that was lost.
So I think with that in mind, then, as I was saying about going through the permitting process, then it was on the city who should have said something about it when they annexed it in the first place. So I think that whole idea is moot.
I hadn't realized this.
Ask your question out loud so that. we
I
can-
guess I'm still confused and I apologize for that, but I really don't understand the whole lot 25 Halsted property and the subdivision property. Is it all owned by one person and there's just question as to what was promised to the Halsteds, or
I don't know what the heck.
what
that is.
exactly?
Okay. Yeah, this is, it's really weird.
I don't think we have to.
So this is
We do because
the main, Halsted property is the Cheryl Rigdon property, who was the wife who passed. This is an anomaly because it's completely surrounded by city limits. It's this property it's like this little donut hole of county property. And it's completely surrounded by city limits, and so technically we could annex it, but it's a method that would require voter approval and a lot of other things. Some of the exceptions for voter approval only apply to, petitions to annex.
But-
So if the city did it on itself, it's more complex. So this is the house, this is not in city limits. And it's not part of the subdivision.
That's the house.
Power's coming from.
605 or 60.
Yeah, so this is 605 Seal Road, and there's a power service that extends somewhere here to the shed that is here on lot 25.
Who owns the property where the shed is?
I think this is the last.
That's all I've been trying to ask.
Yeah.
About that.
If I remember right, this is.
Jesus Christ.
Gelashment. Yeah. And then, Seal Lane and 605 Seal Road. And 605 Seal Road are Rigdon. And as you heard, they're kind of related. And so there's a couple different property owners that ultimately need to bless it to continue.
Oh, it sounds to me like having a non-city property literally wired to a city property is messier than it needs to be. I would go with the plan where we say, if you want the shed to stay around, you have to get annexed.
Permitted.
Yes.
Well, no, we said not permitted because they had the opportunity when they annexed that, because it was within the city.
The
limits.
city kind of blew that chance.
And they blew that chance because in 2007, or 6, when they annexed it, we should have found that discrepancy at that time then.
And he said the power was permitted, so that makes me think there might be an old building permit somewhere, something somewhere.
All right.
And I'm also curious if it was a hostile annexation by the city, so then you'd have to go through a vote. What are you saying?
Well, if we did it based on, there's different types of annexations. And one of them is where the city can initiate it if it's surrounded on all sides, but it requires the vote. It's just a more arduous process.
Yeah, so that's what I'm saying is if it's, the impetus is from the city, then it has to be voted on, pretty much.
Yeah.
All right, so we're all in agreement that they should require annexation then?
Yes.
Yes.
That's that point at 10:06.
Great.
You know, we have one more hearing and interviews.
You know, your last day is gonna be tomorrow night.
No.
Just moving forward with how it's written and making no changes.
Yes.
Okay.
All right, so now I'm on page 28, condition 6F. So these are the requirements that apply to the lots of the subdivision. And this is the one where it says it talks about the sprinkler system. Unless there's an approved second means of access in place. So this gets into, you know, the Seal Road improvement discussion.
Yeah.
And
As it's worded, you know, because there is some back and forth with that, you know, if we go with the saying, yeah, that's sprinklers, unless you guys come to agreement, you can have the agreement that as it's worded here.
That's what
So-
as worded.
Yeah. It's just took me a couple of seconds longer. Right, Charlie.
No, that's fine.
And that condition may be okay if we cover that you still want to review additional improvements to Seal.
Yeah, I think that sounds like where we're at.
Yeah, like if CRFR says no, the sprinklers aren't enough, then I think we want to look at it again.
Right.
Cool with this wording?
Well, it sounds like,
Sounds like he's updating.
yeah, it sounds like the wording's getting updated, right, Jacob?
Yeah, we'll cover it somewhere. I'll have to think about where it's appropriate to do them. Are you cool with a retaining wall up to 8 feet high?
So cool.
Yeah, on the track instead of any.
Yeah, I'm assuming that it needs to be easy pass. Okay, so then. The tree plan, so the applicant testified there will be leaf protection. You want that to be specified as a requirement in the tree plan, just to
The arbor
ensure,
that we're asking, who's doing that anyway?
you know. The tree, the tree zone of influence.
When we're requiring an arborist, wouldn't they be? That'd be one of their duties.
Say it again, just so it's.
Yeah, redundancy is fine.
Sometimes it helps when things are written down a couple times.
Okay.
So is that something that you would like, or just let it happen?
Redundancy, so.
Okay, all right, so you do want that. That's it.
But I move that we accept that with those proposed conditions.
Proposed by staff.
As discussed most recently, yeah.
I will second that.
Right, it's been seconded, so Commissioner Kingsbury.
I don't think we need to use the parking.
Yeah, you're right, we didn't.
Or no parking?
What do I do about that?
Yeah, it's tough. You know, so we have these skinny street standards to help with infill development. Our original skinny street standard, we found to be deficient. So we modified to what it is today to have on-street parking on one side.
Deficient in what way that was found?
It was deficient in that I think it allowed parking on both sides, and the travel lanes didn't add up to what the minimum fire code would be, if I remember it. That was several years ago that we changed it. So it's an interesting situation because state law says we can't treat duplexes differently than single family dwellings. For years and years, if it was going to be a duplex, you need 4 off-street parking spaces. We can't do that now. Now it has to be 2, and we can't require more than 2.
So it's parking.
The skinny street is the standard that they can use. I don't know a good way to impose the wider streets if they're otherwise meeting the standard.
Consider that St. Helens is mostly a commuting town, and take that into consideration. Most people have to commute out of town for work.
Sure.
So the additional vehicles is necessary.
You would want to impose the wider street. That's what your hope is.
I would think so, that there's adequate parking so that we're not parking zones for the fire equipment is part of the train of thought there.
Yeah.
Can we impose it if they're meeting what we currently require?
We don't have to worry about the turnaround zones because we have the sprinklers.
We're talking about parking. No.
When she was talking about turnaround zones.
Truck's still gonna have to get there eventually.
It seems to me like we could impose it because not treating duplexes differently, we're saying it's about whatever kind of building is near the street. The street itself limits the available parking. So having a wider street is irrelevant to whether or not there are duplexes there, right? So we could do that if we wanted to. So do we want to?
State that.
From my understanding, it sounds like you're proposing that effectively some of the skinny streets stop being skinny streets. They just become regular streets.
Asked in a different way, what requires us to allow a skinny street?
The clear and objective standards of our code and the various Oregon laws about residential development. And you can only be so mean.
So we
And that's
have
my
to let them
concern.
have
That's my concern. I think it's a potentially challengeable issue. That's my concern.
Yeah, I just didn't know. That's
Yeah,
why.
it's because we have the skinny street standard. We did the analysis, okay, it seems reasonable. It could put us in a hot potato situation. And that's my reservation.
Sure.
So just to clarify, so what we have listed as seal lane on here would be parking on both sides of the street?
Yes,
And then the street A and street B would be parking one side of the street.
yes, that's correct. Yeah, seal lane would be the full 50-foot normal street.
We did that same thing with the development on between Eighth and. Yeah, we did some of that. We did just because they had a one lane there and going around with the fire apparatus. So we had one street was, I think, designated for the fire apparatus to be able to get up, and then the other side, the other street was has parking on both sides right now, but then we do limit it to one side.
Yeah, and the reason we were able to do that is they were asking for an exception. Because it was an extra long cul-de-sac. So that variance said, okay, we want to go down a different path than your clear and objective path, which is possible. And that gave us the ability to impose something different because they were proposing something that was above and beyond our normal standard.
Okay, I just want to make sure that we're consistent.
Yeah, no, I'm glad you brought that up, just to that's the kind of thing I have to think about. That's why I was not uncomfortable with that for that Boulder Ridge subdivision. And it was a variance for a huge, long cul-de-sac.
And to bring it back to Kingsbury's point, I mean, am I correct in understanding that you don't believe we can do anything about the skinny streets without exposing us to lawsuit liability, in which case there's nothing for us to do?
It makes me nervous, yes.
Okay.
Yeah, it does.
So I think our options are us as a board, speaking for the city, but us as a planning commission can either say, we don't want to risk any liability, just move forward. Or we could say, we want to kick that decision up to the city council. We can say, look, city council, we're worried about traffic. We think it's worth maybe getting sued over. Let's make these non-skinny streets, and city council can decide what to do. My suspicion is they will probably decide not to get sued.
And so there's two ways to get it to the city council. You can say, well, you know what? We want to ask for the 50 feet and see what happens. And it gets appealed to the city council. Or you can be like, well, you know what? With a 2/3 vote, you could elect just to kick it up to the city council and we can have this fun again once, a second time.
Why didn't you tell us that?
I see our councilors look excited about this. Yeah.
Done that a long time ago.
I mean, I'm trying to figure out some other way to address parking. I don't.
Well, as it stands, it meets the criteria.
Yeah.
And it seems like it meets it then plus some, because I did the number of trips, it just barely triggered the need for the study.
Traffic analysis.
Yeah.
Well, if it meets the standard, it meets the standard. I think that question at that point is, as a community, if we don't think that's the right standard, then the city council needs to change the standard. But
and we are
the standard.
We are on the verge of a new transportation systems plan, which is the gateway to the legislation to discuss all that. And so when we talk about our new TSP, think about these things and, are our standards garbage and should they be upgraded based on these experiences? And we'll be talking about that transportation systems plan with you folks. So it's good.
I feel like they know what the requirements are, so I have a hard time. We don't go based on feelings, right? We go based on what we're held to do by the
The criteria that we're.
Criteria and the laws of.
All right, so there's been a motion and seconded. Commissioner Kingsbury, are you comfortable there?
Yeah, I'll be an aye.
You'll be an aye?
Aye.
Oh,
Yeah,
aye.
sorry.
All right. All right, Commissioner Herman,
Yeah, I feel with the current revisions we did, am I?
Mr. Cisco,
Aye.
Mr. Kastner.
I don't think it's make a difference, but I'm gonna be a nay.
Commissioner Rosengard
Aye.
and Commissioner Jacobson.
Aye.
Right, and we'll make
That's great.
a motion for signature.
Yes, that would be good.
I move to their paperwork for signatures. That's where I was.
Yeah, motion that the chair sign.
Second that motion.
All right, let's go through this again.
Just a reminder of what that is, and so you're wondering, what are you talking about? So the motion for signature, without that, what we would do is bring the findings to the commission at their next meeting. And we all talk about the changes and make sure they're okay with it. But that adds time, that's another month. And usually, you are wanting us to move fast.
2 years now.
So what we've typically done over the years is motion for the chair to sign. So then the chair just discusses with staff the findings, and it hastens the project.
I'd like to point out, we didn't do that for the annexation too, so.
And that's okay, because it's a recommendation.
That's why we didn't do it. Yeah.
That's, the council makes the final order on that.
Cool.
So on the motion for signatures, Commissioner Kingsbury.
Aye.
Commissioner Herman. Commissioner Cisco.
Aye.
Kastner.
Aye.
Commissioner Rosengard. Commissioner Jacob.
Very good. You too.
I didn't know if I can't even vote on that one. Because I needed the first one.
Oh, the final written decision of the planning commission may be appealed to the city council. Notice of decision will be mailed to all persons who testified or submitted comments. The appeal deadline will be included in the notice.
Hey, weed station. Yeah. There's never a source of large conversation around that.
Thank you for your time.
Chair Shoemaker.
Understand how grueling this is.
For a 5-minute break. Yeah.
That kind of situation.
Then I'll just like mute everything. Yep.
I've had tolerance.
That makes sense.
5-minute break.
Verifies a lot.
Call the meeting back to order. It is now 10:29 PM. The public hearing is now open. This is a quasi judicial land use hearing. The subject of the hearing is a request for a variance. The property is identified on County Assessor's map as lot 1771 Columbia Boulevard, map 4N1W-4CA-20900, 2100000, 21100, 21200, 21300, and 21400. The applicant is the city of St. Helens. The owner is 1771 Columbia Boulevard LLC. Because quasi judicial proceedings require the observance of certain procedural formalities, we will take a few moments to cover some preliminary matters and required statements. Does any member of the commission wish to declare a potential or actual conflict of interest or bias in this matter? Seeing none. Does any member of the commission wish to declare any ex parte communication or site visits? Okay. Does anyone from the audience object to the ability of a commissioner to make a fair decision? Being none. Generally, the order of proceedings will be as follows: required statements, staff report, applicant's presentation, those in favor of the application, neutral testimony, those opposed, rebuttal by applicant, final question, close of the record. The following statements are required to be made at the commencement of the hearing pursuant to City Code and ORS 197.7975. The following is a list of applicable substantive criteria for this decision. St. Helens Municipal Code 17.88.060 and St. Helens Municipal Code 17.100.040. All testimony, arguments, and evidence must be directed towards the applicable substantive criteria as described. Other criteria in the comprehensive plan or land use regulation, which the person believes applies to the decision. Failure to raise an issue, including institutional or other issues relating to the proposed conditions of approval in this hearing, in person or in writing, or failure to raise an issue accompanied by statements or evidence sufficient to afford the approving authority an opportunity to respond to the issue, precludes appeal to LUBA, the Land Use Board of Appeals. Precludes an action for damages in circuit court. Staff report.
Thank you, Chair Shoemaker. So this is a conditional use permit and sign permit for a new police station at 1771 Columbia Boulevard. It's a developed property. It's been there a long time. With the longtime office for being elected before the PUD was here. But it has had a variety of uses too. It's a whole block, so we have Columbia Boulevard on the north side, we have 18th Street on the left side, 17th Street on the east side, and then Capitol Street on the south side. Columbia Boulevard is arterial and 18th Street is the collector. And those classifications will be important for the street design. As far as zoning, the police station itself is a permitted use. The fenced area doesn't really quite fit the use of parking lot per se. And so it kind of gets into this outdoor storage category to speak, which gets us into conditional use permit territory. And so that's why we have the conditional use permit. Just to make sure we cover our bases, so we don't repeat what happened the last time around, which a lot of you were here for that. And I'll explain that briefly. I don't want to get into it too much. So just some basic things we have to look at, making sure that there's 10% impervious area, and they do have 10% landscaping. I would point out there is more 10% of the property and landscaping because some of it bleeds into the public right of way. And you can kind of see it on this map. I'm jumping the gun a little bit, but if you look at this aerial photo from 2000 and you look at the parking spaces, the sidewalk, it all hugs the property line, except for maybe up along Columbia Boulevard. Whereas here, between the property line and the back edge of the sidewalk, you have greenscape on most of the sides. And so it's really taking advantage of that extra right of way to give a little bit more space to the police station. And it may provide some defense, but the police folks can answer that better than me because they are the designer. One thing about the Holton Business District is it wants a certain street presence. And so it says that there's kind of a mandatory 0 front setback. So the building is supposed to be right up on the street. And it does allow a setback per se if there are pedestrian amenities in between. In this case, we kind of have a little bit of both. The building is close to Columbia Boulevard, and then there is a pedestrian plaza that is proposed that the McKenzie folks can show off their design work once I'm done. So that'll be a nice change from what's been there now. In this zoning district, the on-street parking counts towards the off-street parking requirement, and there'll be a lot of on-street parking to help with any parking demand. Outdoor storage. In the last hearing, we talked about accessory and principal uses. Storage as a principal use would be something like RV storage. And there's a lot of history at the site. that really morphed into a place that really didn't belong. There's a little bit of enforcement correspondence in here just to kind of show we're abating something that was kind of questionable. So that's good. There's a couple photos on page 3. One back from 2011. That's when the city council was really concerned about temporary signage throughout the city. And then the one from 2019 is when there were squatters in the site. We've seen a lot of stuff in this site over the years. In the Green Rush, it was one of the places they wanted to grow marijuana. It's been a lot of things. Happily, once it's a police station, that's gonna be worried about it anymore. Now, in this case, clearly the fenced area is going to be related to the police station, so it's okay. As far as reviewing the plans, we didn't see a lot of shortcomings. Some of the tree species looked like they may be a taller species. When we have overhead power, we want to make sure we have a small species of tree. So that's one of the conditions that we have in there. One of the suggested conditions of approval is to allow the 8-foot fence. So you can condition a fence taller than normally allowed for non-residential purposes to remedy a problem or need, and security for a police station. Need. Think anybody would doubt that? As far as the minimum parking for the police station, it's based on the largest shift. They're assuming that's 12. There's 42 oversized areas or spaces for cars and other things. So if we say 12 and you go worst case scenario, there's 12 patrol cars and 12 personal vehicles, you still have, that's 24 and you still have 42. I would assume that staff may use on-street parking too. So we don't see a problem with parking demand. The street parking could change, is about 15 now, but not enough to throw things off. It kind of talks about why we consider it outdoor storage instead of parking, just based on the parking standards. It's supposed to be available for operable vehicles, not supposed to be used for storage. There's situations where there may be a wrecked vehicle that needs to be kept for evidence and stuff like that. And I just didn't want that to be some conflict. So that's why we're looking at it as outdoor storage. So we talked about the street classifications. Columbia Boulevard is being upgraded to the minor arterial standard per our 2015 corridor plan. So earlier I talked about that we're updating our transportation systems plan. So that's an overall citywide analysis of our transportation facilities. Related to transportation systems plans are transportation refinement plans, where we look at specific corridors and examine them in greater detail. Back in 2015, we adopted the corridor plan, which looked at Columbia Boulevard, some other commercial corridors, which came up with a street cross section that's unique to that. And that's what's being honored in this proposal. Walkways are okay. The signage is a slam dunk, no issue there. We'll get into the street improvements a little bit better. I jumped the gun on that. As a conditional use permit, there's some things we can look at. One thing I thought about when looking at this is, this proposal, it's like the latest generation of improvements that's been there forever. So historically, you've had this building close to Columbia Boulevard, the fenced area behind it, and a little bit of perimeter landscaping. This is taking that and just improving it multiple times. Another thing, when we look at the conditional use permit matters in the location is, you already have many civic or civic-like uses along Columbia Boulevard. We have the Chamber of Commerce by the highway. You have the food bank going further down, the fire station, the elementary school, funeral home, and the fire administration building. Right now, the police station is in the Halton area, but it's going to move to Columbia Boulevard to really coincide with, that spattering of civic uses along the street. Another thing that reinforces why this is the site was an effort conducted back in 2020, 2021. McKenzie led the city with a scoring mechanism that was very comprehensive. I would call it all things considered, because there were 18 factors that went into the scoring. And that scoring resulted in this site being number one. Site number 3, which was 26% less than number 1, was that Castor site. Obviously, that was not successful. To me, it just reinforces, well, we're back to this. But we are back to this site with modification that may have not been necessary if we didn't have this saga. So one question, someone who didn't know the history of what we've gone through, is why do you have a building that requires the sewer line to be moved? And because that building was designed for the Castor site. So as you know, the Planning Commission denied the conditional use permit for the Planning Commission, or for the police station. It was appealed to the council. The council approved it, but then it was appealed to the Oregon Land Use Board of Appeals. It got to LUBA, it got in a quagmire, and ultimately the city withdrew the application. And we found that it was cheaper to keep this building design and relocate the sewer than redesign the building. So there's a little bit of history from that past site that went in there. I think, well, there's no denying, based on the Jim Band report, and the Jim Band report's not talked about in here. Jim Band is the individual who investigated the previous police chief. And if you read that report, you would see that there was poisonous leadership. I believe that the guidance to the council for the selection was also poisonous because of my observations. Early on, at the beginning, the police chief said multiple times, former police chief, not the current one, said multiple times, it doesn't matter where the police station is at, because the officers are on patrol. Get into it, and in some of the internal meetings, that police chief would become angry when other sites were discussed. Then there was a council work session where, kind of out of the blue, these 18 standards were talked about, and an alternative set of standards were put forth. Some of them which had to do with location, like distances between railroad tracks. This intersection is really important because of its access to Walmart, which contradicted those earlier statements. And it was always something that really troubled me from a project risk management standpoint. That Site 3 had the floodplain matters, and so it elevated the obstacles of your land use entitlement. So from a project risk management standpoint, it got kind of murky to me. Now, if we had a site selection that had 18 standards that really showed all things considered, this is the site, I would have felt better, because I know we have a gold standard application. And what really enforced that, what I mentioned, is when it was done and we were talking to the McKenzie folks for other sites, they mentioned that it was unusual because they do a lot of police stations. It was unusual to have those standards because, hey, deja vu, the typical is that it doesn't matter where it's at because people are on patrol. So that came back. That's why, felt that was necessary to say. So the sanitary sewer issue. Luckily, this site has been developed for a long time, so it's really not an increase in sewer. So that's not as much of an issue here. We're not creating a new sewer burden. Will the use comply with the comprehensive plan? Well, that's pretty easy. There's a couple policies we can talk about. Support the revitalization of the Holton Business District. Certainly does that, probably. Enhance the aesthetic appeal, functionality, and economic vitality of key commercial corridors and districts through strategic public infrastructure investment and design standards. We're improving the streetscape, and which will make it more aesthetically pleasing. So there's no question it's in line with the comprehensive plan. As far as our tree removal standards, there's one tree that based on our measurement of diameter at breast height, exceeds 24 feet, 24 inches.
Tree, man.
All tree. And so there are 5 trees there that are greater than 12 inches. They're all being removed. And so in here we just have, well, all right. There's some of the right-of-way designs where because of utilities, there may not be as many trees as shown on these plans. But at least, as long as there's at least 10 trees, we're honoring the code. That's where that 10 tree thing comes from. We just wanted to make sure that's that baseline. So we're working off that when we get to the details of where the tree is at, where the utility is at. Is even an appropriate place for a tree because we don't want to create those conflicts. So Columbia Boulevard, like I said before, is being built to the corridor plan standard. 17th and Cowlitz are local streets. So those are going to be curb tight sidewalks with landscaping behind them. And then 18th Street is the collector. And this is one of those places where we have a conflict and it may be impractical to have trees because of that conflict. If we go with the standard collector cross section where it's street, curb, green strip, sidewalk, what that does is that puts a green strip between the sidewalk, affording a less level of stress for sidewalk users. If you walk in cities a lot, and you have that green space on a high volume street, generally you feel safer than curb tight, at least in my experience. And that was one thing, I was curious on the planning commission's thought. When we had our pre-application meeting for this, we suggested, well, maybe the trees and sidewalk should be switched. But then looking at it a little bit more, I'm like, oh God, the utility is still close. So we may want to put shrubbery in there. But that's just a question is if you think it's important to make sure that green strip is between the street and sidewalk versus flipped.
You're specifically on page 16. Is it specifically the section like marked the black outline?
No, that's an excerpt of the corridor plan, just showing the general bump outs and stuff like that. This has more.
Oh, I see.
This has more to do with 17.
Thank you.
The design for.
Thank you.
There's that little blue circle that.
Got it.
Shows where the water line is approximately.
Gotcha.
So that's some feedback you could provide if you want. It's really not that complicated. There's not a whole lot of new conditions we have to think about. We did been burdening our engineering department with a lot of public hearings this month, and so we've been challenged keeping up, as I have been too. So they didn't get me their staff report until today. That was the latecomer that I just gave you. And just a couple comments. A lot of it's just little details that they would review. The one thing they're concerned about is the distance of the driveway approach off of Cowlitz to South 18th Street. So Cowlitz is a local street. The normal spacing standard from the center line of the street to the center line of the driveway would be 50 feet. And right now it's 74, 75, somewhere around there. Engineering feels like it's still too close, and they would like it to be moved eastward a little bit. So our suggested condition to incorporate these engineering comments is to move Cowlitz access eastward and address the other items per this report. And this is something that I've discussed with the McKenzie folks too. So really that's it.
There's two axes on there, one on 18th.
Yeah, one on 18th, one on 17th Street. And so there's no access off the higher classified streets. And that's the appropriate thing. We're not trying to push access boundaries. That's it, yeah.
Request for the applicant's 2-minute presentation? Just kidding.
Did it now.
Absolutely kidding. State your names for the record, please.
Sure. My name is Sid Harangat. I'm a land use planner at McKenzie, and we have Adrian Linton, who's the project architect, project manager for McKenzie, and as well on the Zoom virtual link, we have our civil engineer, also from McKenzie. Our address is 1515 Water Avenue, Portland, Oregon, 97. This one, yes, that's correct. Thank you. I just flip to the first page. Okay. Well, good evening, or maybe good night. I don't know. It's close. So I want to thank, first and foremost, I want to thank staff for their kind of processing support along with the pre-application meeting and they put into helping us move this project along. Been very encouraging. I also want to thank Planning Commission for being here this evening and reviewing this proposal. So what we want to talk about tonight is it's high level. Jacob covered quite a bit in his staff report. There's quite a bit of information in these findings. So I don't want to rehash a lot of that information. I just kind of want to fill in little details, little design details here and there to kind of give you a maybe a more complete picture of the proposal. So we'll start with quickly highlighting the site design, and then Adrian will talk about the building itself and some of the materiality. I am not qualified to talk about that as a planner. They don't let me do that. So we also have our civil engineer online if there's any engineering related questions that come up, especially from those engineering findings that we received. You go next slide. I just want to start by kind of like to look at the site from the outside in. So just taking a tour around the perimeter of the site, talking about the frontages, filling the little details, and then going inward to the site, talking about the building and how the site will operate on a daily basis. The first item that Jacob noted was the public plaza. So this site on Columbia, it's very prominent in the city. So as you come east on Columbia, there's a bend in the road there. You kind of see this dead on. So what our design team came up with there is how can we kind of invigorate that space? So the idea there was a public plaza, and we have some rendering of that probably shows it best of what's going to be in there. It's going to be a mix of plant seat walls so people can sit, relax. There's going to be some benches, bike racks for alternate modes of transportation, and kind of as a item of locality, there'll be some salt columns there. So you can see those pictured right in front of where the public vestibule of the building is. Now those are design feature that serve multiple purposes. So one is someone can sit, take a break there. They add an ode to the city, but they also act as a vehicle deterrent for building armament. So for just a general public safety and facility perspective, that's a great item to have and really incorporate a landscape element, which is nicer than traditional yellow bollards sticking out of the ground. Talking about Columbia Boulevard, Jacob touched on it already, but I just want to talk a little more about detail of kind of the scope of frontage improvements. So generally sidewalks around 6 feet or so, between 5 and 7. On Columbia Boulevard, at the places where there's full sidewalk from the property line to the curb, we're looking at a 13.5-foot sidewalk. So a real nice wide avenue for pedestrian traffic. With that, there'll also be street trees and tree wells, as well as on-street parking and accessible on-street parking. 17th, Cowlitz, and 18th all have relatively straightforward frontage improvements. We're talking curb gutter, sidewalk, landscape strip, and street trees. We'll talk a little more about the 18th Street, kind of that, which is the desired configuration because of the water line. Another item I want to highlight is on the northwest of the building. So on the front of the building, on the Columbia frontage, there's the public plaza, and then there's the basalt columns kind of in the middle of the block. And as you wrap around the northeastern corner of the building, you kind of see a hatch pattern there. You can see in this rendering back here is there's what's anticipated there is a planter area. So to add a sense of greenery and use the amount of paving on the site, we've incorporated this planter wall that'll have kind of a natural plant system. Also, it acts as a vehicle deterrent for that corner of the building. Just finding creative ways to frame the building along Columbia Boulevard. One topic that came up was site access and circulation. So how will the site be used on a daily basis? The public entrance will be from the public plaza right off Columbia Boulevard. And then there's 2 accesses to the building. Both secure gated access. There's one from 17th and then one from Cowlitz here. Those are both secure gated accesses to the secure what's considered the parking lot / outdoor storage area. This proposal, each of those driveways is 24 feet in width, so that would allow for 2-way vehicular traffic, so there could be an entering vehicle and an exiting vehicle at the same time. For additional access for employees, right on the south end of the building, accessing 17th Street, there's a person door. So if they park on the street and want to come in for their shift or exiting the building, they can just come in through that person gate. They don't have to use that swing motorized gate to access the roadway. The secure parking area is kind of the L shape that hugs the building. And as Jacob talked about, the applicant's asking for an 8-foot fence, and that's for a dual purpose. One is site security is paramount, well as screening. So I'm not sure if you've been past the site lately or kind of looked at the topography as it drops from Columbia to Cowlitz, but there's quite a drop there. And so the fence will provide a little taller fence will provide better screening of that outdoor storage area, parking area. Another item on the site plan to highlight is just that sanitary route. Excuse me. Currently, there's a sanitary sewer main that runs under the building, and this proposal looks to align that sanitary sewer whoa. Wait. I'll try my best here.
Pause for a minute if you think.
It's coming down the center of the parking lot.
We're almost.
It's coming down the center of the driveway, thank you. And avoids the footprint of the building. And with that, there'd be a access easement granted to the city for maintenance, emergency access of other items. With that, I think I'll pass it off to Adrian. I'll talk a little more about some additional maybe engineering conditions once I stop coughing. Thank you.
Well, Sid did talk a little bit about materials, but I'll go into a little more detail in. So like Jacob referenced, we did mostly take the design that we had on Castor Road and try and fit it on this site. That being said, it actually fits quite well. It's a single story structure like many of the structures on Columbia Boulevard. We have a maximum height of around 18 feet. The building itself is approximately 11,300 square feet. The structure is primarily steel, and then the masonry wall on the outside is actually load-bearing masonry. That does a few things for the police department. It provides security and protection, as well as the structural system for the building and seismic resiliency. So it's good with that. The color is kind of a dark gray, and we have these accent panels on each elevation with a texture to incorporate a little different and a little breakup of the rhythm on the facade. The signage, as Jacob pointed out, is pretty straightforward. It's on that north-facing Columbia Boulevard elevation. It will be illuminated from below. The glazing is quite large. There's a nice rhythm kind of marching along these public spaces or more public-facing spaces. The glazing will actually have a protective film on it. Again, you know, protecting the police and their operations inside the building. This is the public entry, as I discussed, where the public can enter. There's a vestibule that's right in there that is open 24 hours a day. Any community member to go in the event of an emergency, they can go in there. It's kind of a safe harbor vestibule. The canopy that protects the entry is steel, and it's visible here, but there will be a wood soffit, so kind of bringing some warmth into the space. Making the trees more visible and just walking into the community. Incorporating and kind of livening up the Columbia 18th intersection is that plaza that Sid was discussing. The part of the 8-foot fence that's facing the plaza will be more of an architectural metal. And then we went more utilitarian on the rest of it. It'll be more of a chain link with a privacy slat, but that public plaza facing will be an architectural metal that will tie into the metal that's on the building. As you mentioned, the basalt stone, we know how important that is to the city of St. Helens, and we want to incorporate that. So we have those low planar walls, as well as the basalt columns, and those do provide the vehicle protection. But it also gives us a little privacy and a little buffer from the street so that you don't have people walking by and looking in the chief's office. You know, there's just a little bit of a visual buffer as well as protection and green space and landscape, as well as it actually also helps deal with some of the grade changes that we have on the site. So there's a little bit of a slope difference there. As far as the materials on the rest of the building, it's pretty simple. It's the same on all 4 sides. We try to keep it utilitarian, rectangle. Each side is the dark stone structural masonry with that panels, same window rhythm pattern around. So pretty straightforward as far as the materiality of the building goes. Be happy to answer any more questions on that as well. Thank you.
Would you like us to ask questions at the end of your presentation, or can we?
Maybe we can save it for the end. We just have one more
Perfect.
highlight. Next slide. Okay, so this is the site plan you saw earlier. One thing I just wanted to touch on was in the staff findings, the engineering findings. The first item Jacob had mentioned about the engineering staff having some concern about the access spacing between 18th and the other driveway. So Jacob's suggestion of moving 25 feet eastward would satisfy that concern from engineering staff. An idea we had additionally, we were hoping this could maybe be incorporated into the condition, was recessing that entryway gate into the site so that there would allow for queuing of one vehicle before the gate.
Hmm.
Kind of writing a condition to be alternative, so an or. With that, I think we'll invite any questions. The community has.
First one I had, maybe I've misunderstood something, but the parking that's shown around the building, not free parking, but the parking for the building, that's all gonna be within security gates, or is any part of that open to the public?
All within, that's all secure.
Okay.
Parking for police vehicles, their personal vehicles. They also have trailers and stuff.
Right. Okay.
Vehicles as well.
Question, this bothers me. It's like, sitting too close to the TV, you're gonna ruin your eyes type of stuff. When you say 8-foot fence is a security thing, the empirical data to back that up,
Whereas like
rather than the 6 foot.
It's pretty well standard that we've done on a lot of police stations and by a lot.
I know it's the standard, but do you have data that says that that's actually the case that it does add?
It's more of a visibility thing. If people know what's behind the fence, then they're more likely to try and like, at 8 feet, you don't have very many people that are able to see over that, whereas 6 feet you do.
Yeah, but then there would still be some type of data you'd be looking at, some type of study to be able to determine that. I'm just.
I actually Googled that yesterday because I was
Yeah.
curious, and it was like the 8-foot prevents 80% of the crime and the 6-foot prevents 60% of the crime. That was. AI.
That's just, because it just,
6 feet or 8 feet, a lot of times it just comes down to comfort level of the jurisdiction that we're working with.
it's just that, with these, sometimes the language is just like, 8 feet because security, nobody questions it. But
Sometimes I've seen 6 feet with, barbed wire and there's all sorts of different standards we can, this is just the one that was elected the most.
then, a little bit of a reservation with the chain link fence going around there and the slats. I mean, much as it,
Actual questions of them though, it sounds like you're deliberating.
oh, I'm sorry, okay.
I do have a, sorry, go ahead.
I mean, is there any, well, could be a question too. It's chain link fences, can be, it's still a chain link fence. Is there any other thing that could be, utilize that? Would be less of a bias or.
That there definitely are, there's obviously pricing differences between those. Lots of different options.
And another question is, talking about the robust structure you have on it. The masonry walls and the steel reinforcement. So with that future, could that support a second floor?
It would have to be engineered to do a second floor. There's always a possibility, yes. Right now, it's designed to be a seismic risk category 4 building. It's an essential facility. And so it's seismically sound, the structural design that we have.
Just not really into what we're doing, is just wondering, shovel ready to completion, how long do you think it was going to be?
If we are on track and we get approval here tonight and there's no other roadblocks, then we anticipate having a completed building by the third quarter of 2027. We anticipate breaking ground next year.
On the line again, do you have some?
My question was actually also being curious about the second floor possibility, so I'm good.
Always a possibility.
I will be super fast because it's 11:11. But I have questions about the trees because I know you guys are concerned on 18th Street. This is all communications. This is power. And it crosses the street, so Columbia Boulevard is an issue. But I'm curious about the trees here specifically. This is all so it isn't gonna affect any power, but at the corner it crosses, but there's no pole there. So what kind of trees, and have you guys like looked up. I mean, I say that because there's lots of times people don't look up, so.
Yeah, so we have, on the project, we have a licensed landscape architect, and she's been looking at the site conditions and specifying appropriate trees for those conditions.
Okay.
To kind of just talk around maybe the perimeter, on Columbia, the overhead cable there, it's actually a guy wire that runs across to support the crossing of
Yes.
17th
Yeah,
across
span
Columbia.
guy. And that's not as big of a deal. Like I said, the comms too.
Right.
I'm mostly worried about 17th Street.
So that's something we'll work out more in the grading construction stage of exactly what species will go in that location, but I believe our landscape architect, she believes that we could spec those large trees, so kind of those taller, more vertical trees along Columbia, and that would help kind of frame the corridor a bit, as well as provide some additional building in the area and just shade in the summers. Then with the streets that have overhead electric, I believe the city has a standard of specifying what they consider small street trees, and they have a street tree list for those specific trees. It would be those on those corridors. Then where we have communications lines, it would be just a coordination effort of where the final location of the planter strip would be to see what kind of conflict could arise if those trees were to grow up, or there could be conditional to be trimmed at a certain height to stay below.
Thank you. I've been in projects where nobody looked up, and so I get nervous. And also the PUD has a list of trees that reference to.
I can attest for Eureka had an 8-foot fence and it definitely covers visibility. It gives them protection and kind of the up on everything on the outside, where McKinleyville had a 6 and you could see everything, personal cars, plates, everything. So that aids give them.
Police officers spend a lot of time doing checks outside their vehicles before they go on their shift. And so it puts them in a slightly vulnerable position when people can look in the gate.
And with the 8-foot fence, there's also a confidentiality consideration if they were to bring anyone in for either questioning or as part of a regular investigation. The public might be able to see who's going in and out of the facility, so protect the identity of those individuals.
And I assume the fence is gonna have limited visibility in itself straight through, correct?
Yeah, it'll have the slatting.
But just adding to the fence, it looks like with an 8-foot fence, you've got trees on the exterior as well. So it's not just an 8-foot fence. It looks like it's broken up by shrubs and trees. Is that correct?
Yeah, correct.
My concern, I'm sorry, is that all you had?
Yeah, that was it.
My concern was the fence height. I Googled it. I ran a tape measure up my wall to see how tall they was. I was looking at it going, welcome to the police fortress. Those are all great points.
But it is steps on the sidewalk a bit, so it's not on the sidewalk where it would feel more intimidating with the separation. It
There's some complex.
it gives it a little. And I prefer the 8-foot over the 6-foot with the barbed wire on top. So
Yes. Mayor.
Yeah.
And I read that too, and I have a friend that's literally 6'7". So for him, a 6-foot fence is just like looking at, you know what I mean?
Yeah.
So.
And my only other question was, I think that I read about a future Connex box possibly. Where could that be in the site?
That is in this spot right here. If this moves over, it, there may not affect that, and my guess is it won't, but the future Connex could be put there on that pad right there.
Inside the house.
Yes, yeah.
Shipping container.
Shipping container?
Yeah.
So I'd assume that it would be like painted to match, or we're not giving the pretty side to Columbia and the crappy side to.
It would be permitted at a separate time, but yeah, I'm doing another police station right now that has Connex boxes, and they painted them. It's.
And I know the city has standards about matching the storage on Xbox and building exteriors. That's right.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Do we have any testimony in support of the application?
Yeah.
Okay. Seriously? Okay. State your name for the record, please.
It's gonna count towards his energy.
Patrick Berkeley, St. Helens resident. No, speak in favor of this proposal. Frankly, I thought that we'd already had a shiny new building, Mr. Road, years ago, but I appreciated Jacob's comments, a little bit of the backstory about what happened. As a newly elected member to the city council in 2021, one of the first things that was put on our plate was we had station, and come to believe, and I think got some confirmation. It's basically provided, was duped and provided some very poor information by the police chief. When I was looking at the work of the committee that was assembled to make recommendations and looking at things, I relied heavily on the chief's recommendations. And to learn that, in fact, there are different stories going on. I believe that as a council member, I was not provided information at that time. And so I threw my support wholeheartedly behind the Castor Road location. Part of it was maybe just being diet and tailed as a new council member when thinking about also including municipal court, council chambers, also working under the assumptions presented by then budget director, that we in fact had the money and the wherewithal to complete that project. And, obviously, we did not for a number of reasons. So I, as somebody who participated in some of those decisions to forge ahead, and that which led to the eventual collapse of the plan to have it at Castor Road, I'm very excited about this particular proposal. Hope that you do approve, move ahead and approve this conditional use. I think one reason is its enhancement of the Holton district, with all of the, of course, necessary attention being put down here on the riverfront district, and knowing that you'll soon be confronting issues with the proposal of perhaps another developer. It is important to keep in mind that the importance of the Holton district to our community, and then beyond, across the way on Highway 30, that as we do get things really going here and finalized at the Riverfront District, we have a much larger geographical area and where businesses and residents need support. So I think it just makes sense to me. It makes sense to me. This would when I looked at the initial report, I'm thinking, well, why didn't we choose this site originally? And again, I relied on the professionals, and maybe I probably should have asked more questions at the time, but that is, it is. I encourage you to move ahead with anything that you need to approve to get too many papers to get this building built.
Great. Thank you for your time.
Building that should have been built
years ago.
Yeah. And that's one of the reasons why I'm one of those responsible for your $10, the upping of your $10 utility fee. I did it under the promise that we would, believe we would have a building by now.
Great, thank you for your testimony. So do yeah, go ahead.
I've been liaison with Mackenzie and everybody on that. They were putting me in charge of, and so we've been talking about this design and everything. It's working out really well. I see one question. I'm looking at the street now. You look at Jacob's plan and he's got the diagonal parking plan on that block. And then the bump outs at the end of the block. And then this one shows, which I prefer this, is the straight parking that we talked about in one of my meetings. And this worked out much better. The handicap spaces. Just wanted to make sure this is what we're looking at is what's going to be and not the corridor plan like you were showing here.
Seeing parallel parking on Columbia.
Or parallel. I objected to that kind of back out parking on Columbia because.
Oh, yeah.
By mile an hour.
You don't.
It's not-
Everything
I'll speak for disaster.
You don't want to back out into that street.
Yeah.
Great. Well, I just wanted to clarify, that's it. We've got. Yeah, I'm really pleased with the village is trying to hold the cost and. Anti-fence will do the train level. Visible luncheon committee years ago. This was the site and then got sort of pushed off for some reason and told to go away and then.
Police chief.
So.
For some reason.
Have anybody online? Oh, John, you're.
I'd be remiss if I didn't. Something positive to say, as long as many, I don't think anybody has more hours into this project than I do.
Sure not.
Well, John Walsh, City Administrator for the record. I wanted to say one thing that you don't see that we've tried to align the construction of this building with the funds that are available that we have remaining. So there's been some value engineering that's gone on. But one of the big things for the project was to be able to have the parking for the officers. And you're not seeing that there, but we have a grant application in for a little over $1 million that would help pay for all that. It's to cover parking, put solar panels on top and build a battery bank. We're hopeful for that. And if that works out on the right timeline, it could go before or after with the project.
That's great.
Thanks, John.
Yeah.
Anybody online? See, okay. The testimony that is neutral. Testimony in opposition. Anything to rebut? I don't think. All right. Does the commission have any final questions?
Just one more about the parking. Is it parallel parking around the entire?
Just on Columbia Boulevard, right? Like the 17th and.
Clarify that.
Yeah.
Angle parking, looks like.
So there's parallel parking on 3 frontages. There's parallel parking on Columbia, Teen and Cowlitz. See them. That doesn't do the best job of showing them, but I see.
Angle parking on the 18th.
So across the street from parallel on this side. The parking that it's showing there where it looks like it's head-in parking, that's across the street.
That's across the street, yeah. I was seeing.
You can see here. You can see the edges of those parallel parking spaces there.
Gotcha. Thank you.
That currently is head-in parking, isn't it?
It is currently head-in, so
Okay, so
it's
that's-
gonna be a half-street improvement there that'll realign the location of the sidewalk as well as landscape strip and then provide those on-street parking.
And on 18th, is it no parking on that side?
18's no parking, state standards, yes.
Great.
So if you think about, what I mentioned, like when I showed that older photo where the parking hugs the property line. In this case, they're pulling that out. That, perpendicular parking to parallel and taking advantage of that just to increase the landscaping.
It's true.
And just of historical interest, the building on 17th Street was a bowling alley before my time. And it was Ace Hardware before it moved to the highway. So that was actually kind of a busy little parking area for a while.
Right, hearing no further questions from the commission and no further responses from staff, the public record is closed. This matter is returned to the table for deliberation. I My concerns have been in favor of this.
Mine have also been met. I get what you're saying about how it would be cool to have something that looks nicer than chain link. But that's, I think, a upgrade that could be made in the future if the city decides to have money.
If the city does-
One with the neighbors, you know. The neighbors.
But I think
It's got this-
the newer stuff they have.
Yeah,
is-
with the privacy stuff.
These newer chain links with the slats, fantastic.
Yeah, it'll look good, and at least by experience visiting various law enforcement agencies, they do pretty good jobs keeping their security slats intact. So I don't think it'll get ratty.
I also think they'll,
Neighborhood had an opportunity for testimony. Do you see any?
I do not.
I don't either.
So they must be.
I also think there'll be shrubs and trees up against the fence as well, so it's not just gonna be just the slats.
Which I think that on the questionable side with the water line, we eliminate the tree requirement there.
I would do
Maybe
no
we do away
tree,
from the traffic then. Because we needed trees people. to the side.
well, particularly if we can do shrubs instead of trees, like just do some sort of low-lying cover there for your green strip, and it's good.
Anybody have an alternative opinion of that? That's the way to say it. We have a motion.
I move that we approve this and build ourselves a police office.
Well, let's,
So we need
there's
to,
a little bit of, so
So excited about us getting down before midnight.
I'm excited too, because we spent a lot of time on this.
Yeah.
Really getting somewhere. The green strip between the street and the sidewalk along 18th is duly noted. I'm assuming based on the discussion, you're okay with the 8-foot fence?
Yes.
Okay. And then the only other condition, because we received the engineering report kind of late. And then per the suggestion of the McKenzie folks. Condition would be to move the Cowlitz access east or recess a car length between the street and fence. And address other items in the engineering staff report.
Street and gate.
Needed, street and gate, yes, sorry. It's getting late. Tired mind. Other items in the engineering staff report dated 12/9/25. So that captures the engineering comments. It gives us a couple options for their suggestion. And with that, those would be the conditions changed for the recommended.
I move that we recommend with those conditions.
I second.
so it's been moved and seconded.
Mm-hmm.
Commissioner Kingsbury.
Aye.
Commissioner Herman.
Aye.
Commissioner Cisco.
Aye.
Commissioner Kastner.
Aye.
Commissioner
Aye.
Evans. All right, if we need a motion, I know, do we need a motion for signature on this then?
So moved.
Second. The vote.
Aye.
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 Sorry.
The final written
Together.
decision of the planning commission may be appealed to the city council. The notice of decision will be mailed to all persons who testified or submitted comments, and the appeal deadline will be included in the notice.
Let's do some interviews.
So
One.
Yeah.
I wanted, it was kind of brutal adding this to the December agenda. And as you can see, was definitely, continues to be brutal. But, we're trying to meet a timeline primarily, but secondarily, because it's Shoemaker, your last meeting, you've been through all this. I'm like, I want you to see a positive, I want you to have a positive police station experience. For once.
I don't know that. No, I was on this committee with Russ. I mean, I've been involved since the beginning in some way or another. I'm very pleased that this is moving forward.
So we had a discussion with the applicants and they decided it's best to postpone to next month.
Oh, thank you.
I don't think we could do interviews fairly.
Give them kudos for that.
Yeah, give points for sticking it out and for making that decision.
All right, so does anybody have any planning director decision questions that were previously emailed? I'm gonna table the elective items, and I skipped your discussion items. Do you have any? Besides the vacancy? Any other discussion items besides the vacancy?
I don't know.
City council liaisons? Anything else you'd like to add?
Well, I think we've made a milestone here. I think this is a good positive direction. I'm really excited for the Hollow District, sorry, that's my project, the Holton District. Because this is gonna be a good presence when you come in the city, and originally had it so the building was in the corner you'd look first, and then they pushed it back and back, so it's working out well. And working within that design we were sort of stuck with because save money to not reinvent the wheel here, so.
Y'all have done a good job. This is great.
I think we've got a good product, and yeah, it should be very functional.
Right, so I want to thank all the commissioners. It's been a pleasure working with everybody, and for my last time, I adjourn.
That's it. Thank you.
Oh, I'm sure.